Hello, good morning. This is your 2-minute warning. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes. Okay, good morning, good morning, good morning. Our first speaker has arrived, so we're going to get the show on the road. If I could ask you to take your seats. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 14th Annual Massachusetts Jobs and Workforce Summit. My name is Tim Sullivan. I am proud to be the Project Director of the Workforce Solutions Group. As hopefully you all know now, we're a statewide advocacy coalition that brings together business, labor, community, and workforce organizations to advance a clear and unified policy agenda for workforce development in Massachusetts. Our work is led by our wonderful WSG E-Team members. You can see details in their program book, but if you're on the E-Team, I'd just invite you to stand so you can be recognized for your hard work that goes into this summit, but is year-round. So E-Team members, please, thank you for all your work. It's great working with you all. We're pleased to have the leadership of the members of the E-Team, and we are incredibly pleased to have the support of our sponsors. You'll see them throughout the day on our sponsorship slide. We're just very grateful for all the support, and we're very grateful to all of you for making the trek out here and being together again in person. It's a packed and exciting agenda. We're looking forward to a day that delves into a very critical theme. How do we scale system solutions to continue to break down barriers, provide the most in-demand training, build a pipeline for future work, and continue to make a comprehensive, coordinated system that is truly one system and not just an aggregate of acronyms, agencies, associations, and line items. We have some great speakers, including representatives from the Healey-Driscoll administration, a panel with youth to talk about expanding pathways. We'll delve into the very prescient subject of AI and the future of work, and we'll focus on new partnerships and collaborations to achieve impact. And we are also thrilled to be joined later by Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll for a very special presentation. And with that, you'll notice that the program the agenda in your program is a little different because we were able to secure, and the Lieutenant Governor made such an effort to be here with us, that there's a little change in the middle of the day. So there's a piece of paper that's a separate agenda. That's the Bible for the day. And I also want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank and get due credit to Lauren Naboli, who is responsible for almost every logistic that goes into this summit every year, and we're so lucky. And Lauren, thank you. You did a great job, as you can see by the room and as everyone will experience all day. Throughout the day, we'll hear from expert panelists, and hope you'll all find time to connect. I know a lot of folks were busy doing that this morning already. Hopefully you'll be inspired by the people in this room. And without further ado, I am beyond pleased to introduce my dear friend, our dear friend, our former colleague and former co-chair of the Workforce Solutions Group, who I think we all know is now the Secretary of Labor and Workforce Development in the Healey-Driscoll administration, our friend, Lauren Jones.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Tim, for that warm and also special introduction. It feels amazing to be standing here knowing that a year ago I helped to join Tim, Tanya, and the Workforce Solutions Group in co-chairing, but also in helping to curate this session. I really appreciate the support of the Workforce Solutions Group coming into this role and the opportunity to join you now for the 14th Annual Summit. I know this is a special day to convene so many of our workforce partners who are in the room, and so I appreciate everyone coming together and using this time to be able to collaborate and to work together. I especially want to acknowledge our Mass Hire workforce partners who are in the room. I had the chance to know some of you in my previous capacity, but I know you certainly have provided a very warm welcome in my early months as secretary as we team up together and as we team up together as a full team that is represented in this room. So thank you all. I know coming into office, the governor Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll really had a strong and keen interest in leaning in to tackle the workforce challenges that I think this room knows intimately well. For me, prior to coming in as secretary, I felt those challenges in working with the Massachusetts Business Roundtable, understanding what was ahead as we think about attracting, retaining, and developing diverse talent. But I thought it was also imperative coming into this role to really make sure to take time to listen. I also appreciated the opportunity to see a leader in Governor Healy and how she was embracing this issue. And I think it comes down to our values, most certainly. The values that we as a Commonwealth stand for. And as Secretary of Labor and Workforce Development, I think at the heart of this is our talent, our people. That's at the heart of the work that we do, and this room I know does each and every day. It's the people who make up our workforce. It's the people who are looking for their next career, the people who may not have even realized their own potential and have yet to be tapped, and of course our rising future talent studying right here in Massachusetts in our K-12 schools, community colleges, universities, apprenticeship programs, and so many more. Every 4 years, Massachusetts, like states across the country, have the opportunity to think about what those values look like in terms of strategy as we are required by the U.S. Department of Labor to put pen to paper what those strategies look like through what's known as the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, which I'm sure many in this room are familiar with. But for Massachusetts and for the Healy-Driscoll administration coming in new to this process, it also presents an opportunity to truly articulate our workforce agenda, a vision that we want to set forward as we think about where are we going to be 5, 10 years from now, and what do we need to be doing to get there? What are those guiding principles that are connecting our values and making sure that we are bringing in those discouraged, disconnected, and underrepresented people who are far too often left on our sidelines that can be part of our labor market, that we can make sure that we bring in and lift up more of those amazing people that have yet to be tapped that we so want to be part of our workforce. So I'm taking the time to listen. We are underway with developing this plan, holding small group convenings on topics like youth employment, caregiving, diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace, and with leaders like the Chambers of Commerce, community college presidents, and labor. We're also hosting active sessions in each of our 7 regional workforce skills communities, bringing together our local and regional partners to understand the issues and opportunities that are so relevant to each region, knowing that what is important in the Berkshires and how to deliver there may look different in Worcester and may look different on the Cape and Islands, but making sure that we understand those needs as we strategize. We're also mapping out what this looks like for industry and occupational needs, working across secretariats from clean energy to human services as we tackle both those challenges but also the opportunities. And we appreciate all of this. This is the kind of listening and learning that will help to shape Massachusetts' workforce agenda, which will be our workforce agenda. And I look forward to staying in touch and engaged with everyone in this room and so many more partners as we do so. But at a high level, I can tell you there's going to be a few things that I'm sure will not be a surprise to you as we think about this agenda. Most certainly, we know we need to close the workforce skills gap. This is exactly why the Healy-Driscoll administration chose to continue the work of the Workforce Skills Cabinet, coordinating collaboratively with Labor and Workforce Development, but also the Secretaries of Education, and I see Bob LePage is here, Economic Development, Leila D'Amelia is here, who you'll hear from both of them later. We're also including the Executive Office of Health and Human Services to the Workforce Skills Cabinet. And that was an important move, not only because we can tap the expertise of Secretary Kate Walsh and her knowledge in leading a healthcare institution, but also recognizing the vulnerable populations that Secretariat helps to support with workforce in mind and providing those transitional services to help bring more people back into our labor market. Second, and as we face out-migration trends, we also have to look inward, again, going back to our values, on why people choose to live, work, innovate, and play here in Massachusetts. And it's because, I think, of the Commonwealth being a commonwealth, where we can access quality health care, including reproduction rights, innovate to solve for some of the most life-saving solutions right here, love who we want to love, and so much more that reflects why we are a Commonwealth. And at the end of the day, we know from a workforce perspective, that includes thinking about our existing residents, the people that live right in our communities and our neighborhoods who are untapped, people like our immigrants, returning citizens, underrepresented populations in the labor market, like individuals with disabilities, veterans, people of color. We want to make sure that we're intentionally investing in this talent. And so that is going to be so important as we think about our workforce agenda. For LWD, what does this look like? Well, we're certainly mapping out, working collaboratively with all secretariats and so many people in this room, but we also want to make sure that there's some key recipes for success that we know will be important to this work. Certainly, we want to make sure we deepen our business engagement, leveraging the relationships built by our mass hire partners in this room, and reaching out to more companies who have not maybe heard of mass hire yet, may not know how to navigate the plethora of resources that exist, but they want to lean in and be a resource and a partner to help close the skills gap, provide more opportunities to pave pathways for individuals and be part of the solution. We also want to leverage the large-scale funding that is currently available, making sure that we are bridging that connection between employers, training providers, mass hire regional workforce partners, and academia and so much more as we lean in and take advantage of funding within the Workforce Competitiveness Partnership, the Workforce Competitiveness Trust Fund, career technical initiatives, our registered apprenticeship programs, and more tools in our toolbox. At the end of the day, I want to make sure that our toolbox becomes your toolbox. For example, looking at the Workforce Training Fund, which has been around for so many years, we're realizing there's been a great way to leverage this tool, this existing tool, for companies to train existing workers for ESOL, something that is so desperately needed. And so we're now realizing, let's make sure that we're promoting this as a resource. If we look back just for the past several months of 2023 alone, we've granted nearly 40 companies almost $2 million in funding to train over 850 employees in Massachusetts for workplace ESOL training, which is so important because it's extending our capacity that we need to make sure that we are lifting up our existing workers, but also making sure that we're strategically investing so that they are gaining English language learning and can continue to grow and also retain and be part of the workforce that we need. We're also looking at programs like registered apprenticeship, and we were so thrilled that Governor Healy proposed increased investment, and the legislature supported it through the FY24 budget. We know that this has been a proven model we've seen successful in the building trades, and we're seeing also how it can be successful in expanded industries like biotech, manufacturing, and technology. And we're realizing it is a pathway that brings in more people of color, more women, individuals with disabilities, veterans, to provide that technical training and that on-the-job training, the credentials that will provide good-paying jobs, benefits, and mobility in their career. We're seeing how registered apprenticeship can be creative for an industry like healthcare that is so desperately needing more employees. Take, for example, more medical assistants coming through in partnership with employers as they think about how to use this tool to bring in new people or even train some of their existing workers. We're seeing it as a tool for advanced manufacturing in roles like machinist, or technology in preparing the next wave of cybersecurity analysts, or biotech manufacturing and thinking about those lab technicians. These are all roles where someone may not have thought this could be for them. They may have thought they had to go through a 4-year degree or pay thousands of dollars, but a registered apprenticeship model is able to afford them that opportunity that they may not have otherwise been able to do, and we're doing it in partnership with so many in this room. And we want to scale that up as we think about greater diversity in the building trades, as we think about more participation among businesses and training providers. And so I will encourage you, if you haven't heard me talk about registered apprenticeship before, you will continue to hear me talk about it. So if you want to hire, train, and be a part of this movement, please reach out to our Division of Apprentice Standards. It's going to be such an influential recipe for our success, and we want more people to lean in because we're seeing such great success in this type of model and program. We're also realizing that if I go to any region, healthcare is top of mind. Regardless of what region, we know that this is an issue, as well as human services. And so we want to make sure that this toolbox that I'm talking about, it's an effective toolbox for supporting the needs that we have in healthcare and human services. We're just getting started as a new administration, but we're making historic investments as we think about healthcare and behavioral health hubs through both our partnership at ELWD and Commonwealth Corporation across the state to align and scale education and training for healthcare and human services in regions across the state. We're scaling up large scale grants for implementation in each of the hubs, and more will be detailed later this winter. The Healy-Driscoll administration's also recently announced funding for loan forgiveness programming through HHS. Last week, I was with Secretary Tutwiler, and we helped to celebrate STEM Week, including a notable investment on tuition-free for community college students enrolled in nursing programs at our community colleges. And we're also promoting things like registered apprenticeship and how that can unlock the future of CNAs, medical assistants, and in-demand roles in human service opportunities. While we know Massachusetts is an incredible place to live, work, raise a family, or if you're like me, raise a dog, we know that we must address challenges that intersect directly with workforce needs and, in the end, our people. And that is why I'm proud that the administration is leading a cross-secretariat effort to provide newly arrived immigrant families with assistance. Building on the front door concept that Housing and Livable Communities, along with Health and Human Services, leads, we in Labor and Workforce Development are partnering to incorporate work readiness and skill assessments with our shelter providers, targeting working age individuals in our shelters. For work-authorized individuals, our goal is to match them with employers looking to hire. We launched this effort starting with 14 shelter sites across the state, reaching about 1,500 families. And we know that there are many of our Mass Hire regional workforce boards and career centers in this room, and so I really want to take a moment to thank you for leaning in with us for this incredible partnership that is going to certainly lead with passion and empathy, but also results in helping to help people in need and lift up our Commonwealth. So thank you to the Mass Hire folks in this room doing that, and also the employers too. It's also not lost on me that there are many in our shelters who are awaiting work authorization. As the state connects with legal services, we also wanted to think, how can we also play a role to help fill this void? And so we are starting with a pilot with the Commonwealth Corporation Foundation to develop a job skills training program to connect businesses to individuals in shelter who are waiting for work authorization, but looking to gain on-the-job skills and development as they await. We are building this very much as a pilot. We're starting in Salem and the North Shore, but we look to make sure to figure out how to do this and do this well and make sure that we can reach more regions, because it is a creative solution to make sure that individuals are able to gain skills and hopefully be productive once they receive that work authorization. We also know that the cost of living is a barrier for many looking to work here in Massachusetts. Earlier this month, Governor Healy signed into law the first significant tax relief for residents in nearly 20 years, with tax credits from childcare to seniors, renters, and low-income families. And businesses also have an opportunity to take advantage of the expanded registered apprenticeship tax credit as well. And just last week, Governor Healy also proposed a $4.1 billion Affordable Homes Act that represents the largest proposed investment in housing in past generations, and strikes at the root of some of our most important housing challenges, tackling affordability. The administration's proposal outlines efforts that would begin to address the housing shortage by funding or enabling the creation of more than 40,000 homes over the next 5 years, more than half of which would be for low-income households. I share these investments and highlights of proposed investments because all of this will help to attract the talent and retain the talent that we need in our workforce, both today and also as we think about our future. We also know that efforts in this room led by our workforce partners that have been dedicated time and time again is so critical to lifting up these incredible strategies, complementing these efforts that we're talking about. So know that you have a partner in the administration, a team wanting to work closely with you to tackle these hard-hitting issues and really come together to find more solutions committed to reducing barriers for employment and creating more equitable workforce, delivering all this service with an equity lens, and really trying to make sure that we are building that talent pipeline today and a robust talent pipeline for the future. So I will end on this note. If we are going to drive the state's economy, be that winning Commonwealth, emphasize the competitiveness that you will often hear Governor Healy speak about, I'm sure you'll hear Lieutenant Governor share today, we have to, again, think about the people and have that remain at the center of our agenda. It helps to propel the businesses that are here. It helps to anchor our communities, and it helps to think about the next big solutions that will be felt not only here in Massachusetts, but around the world. And so I'm thrilled to be part of the Healy Driscoll administration, thrilled to be able to work with so many people in this run to tackle these opportunities. And I know that you'll enjoy hearing from Lieutenant Governor Driscoll, who will be here later this afternoon. And we've got an incredible team that's working alongside you and looking forward to work with you moving forward. So thank you for the opportunity to share some words today, and you have a great agenda, and I'm sure you will learn more together today and for the days to come. So thank you.
Our next magic trick is to bring the secretary right back on stage in a much more comfortable seat and invite our moderator, who we're very grateful for your support, Lisa Murray from Citizens Massachusetts.
Try not to fall off. Is this on? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are pleased to be joined today for a great panel discussion with Secretary Jones, Undersecretary D'Amelia, and Assistant Secretary Bob LePage from the Offices of Labor and Workforce Development, Education and Economic Development. And they're representing the Commonwealth's Work Skills Cabinet. And they each have amazing and impressive bios. So I encourage you to look into your program and read their bios. The Massachusetts Workforce Skills Cabinet aligns the executive offices of Education, Labor and Workforce Development, and Economic Development towards a comprehensive growth agenda. The Cabinet, which is chaired by Secretary Jones, is charged with creating and implementing a strategy to ensure that individuals can develop and continuously improve their skills and knowledge to meet the varying hiring needs of employers across the Commonwealth. So let's jump right in. So we're almost 11 months into the Healy Driscoll administration. So maybe each of you could kind of tell us what your early areas of focus are. Secretary Jones?
Well, I think you probably just heard me talk about some of those. But in a nutshell, I think a few key priorities. One, coming in as a new administration, it's been really important to me to make sure that I'm, as a leader, helping to lift up teamwork. It's something that you hear Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll talk about. It was something I heard them say day one of coming into the administration, and I think the Workforce Skills Cabinet is just one of many examples of teamwork. And I want to make sure in my role that that teamwork extends into the broader community, because I know that I can't solve all the workforce challenges that you heard me outline and more with this Workforce Skills Cabinet alone. It really is something that needs to be done collectively with the community. And I also think it's a priority to make sure that we do take time, as I mentioned, to listen. I can probably think of 5,000 different ways to attack something, but it isn't helpful if I'm not hearing from employers, hearing from labor, hearing from academia, hearing from the training providers that are hard at work at doing this, hearing from the workers themselves. And so that's been really important as well, and I think the workforce agenda that we're shaping is going to be founded in that kind of listening approach. So I'll just start with that, but happy to hear from others too.
Layla?
Good morning. Is it on? Yes. Okay. Just like Labor and Workforce, the Executive Office of Economic Development every 4 years has to go through an economic development planning session, and that's have been our big focus the last 11 months is doing regional sessions, really hearing from all of the regions. I actually went to every single session and I moderated the workforce panel. There were 2 breakouts, and we heard a lot of the same themes throughout the Commonwealth, whether we were out in Amherst or down in the Cape. You know, housing, transportation, childcare, issues around workforce. Right now, we're in those development stages and writing the plan. A lot of you likely were in those regional sessions. We thank you so much for coming and telling us some of the issues that you're seeing on the ground so that we can put it into this development plan that then gets filed with the legislature. There'll be a hearing and there'll be a economic development bill that partners with that plan. So that is the last few months, but also the focus of pulling, it was the Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development, and in May, the governor filed an Article 87, and in May, Housing and Livable Communities Secretariat was formed to really focus in on housing production, and that bill that was filed last week that Secretary Jones mentioned also has been filed. So really keeping true to the themes of what we really need to do in order to really lift up the people in Massachusetts around housing affordability as well.
Bob? So
in the education space, I will channel my inner Secretary Tutwiler and say heal, stabilize, and transform is really at the heart of where we are. You know, we're still seeing activities that are required post-COVID to get our students back up to the performance level we desire. We are continuing to work in transformation in a number of areas that we're digging deeper. I'll hit a couple of them that are really key to the continued work and expansive work of this administration, which is focusing on reimagining high schools. As I look around the room, some of us had high school that was pretty far in the rear view mirror. And if you go to a high school now, or if you have children, as I do, at the high school level, and you go through the high school and you talk to it, it hasn't changed that much. And over the last few years, with a lot of people in this room's support, we've been on the journey of expanding capacity in our traditional CTE vocational programs, Chapter 74 in my world, innovation pathways in early college. So we are aggressively looking to expand those efforts. We're also realizing that as we're reimagining high schools, we have to make sure that those students have more pathways, as Secretary Jones said, to things like apprenticeships, community colleges, and our state universities, both the state system and the university, as well as our public and private. So more intentionality, more dollars to invest in access and equity to get those students there. And then 2 or 3 other really important points are around, I'll just hit one more. Really around early literacy. We know that's such an important indicator of likely educational and career success, so a lot of work and dialogues in the early literacy space. So those are kind of our focus areas now.
Great, thank you for that. So in terms of the Workforce Skills Cabinet, what makes this partnership so unique, and how are you working collaboratively with each other to forward your agenda? Secretary Jones?
Yeah, well, we have very busy schedules, but somehow we manage to have our teams meeting on a weekly basis, and the secretaries coming together at least monthly. Early on, probably about 3 or 4 months into the administration, we mapped out some, year 1 early priorities. I'm sure it will continue to iterate, but we identified priorities, thinking about our K through 12 and higher ed space, thinking about our immigrant pipeline, realizing the opportunities as we tackle some of the industry challenges. And so we've been leaning in with kind of really trying to cut through a lot of those priorities, but realizing where we have this common thread, where working collaboratively, we can either cut through some of the red tape, or we can lift up more of the partnerships outside of state government and in partnership with state government. And I think the team here can elaborate in their respective roles, but I think that way of really making sure that we're being intentional, certainly with our schedules, so that we are actually doing the work, but also with thinking about metrics and outcomes so that the work that we're doing leads to results. So we're not just figuring out, what those shared issues are, but really what are those shared outcomes that we can work towards.
Bob or Kayla, anything to add? Leila?
Yeah, I would say that it's certainly at the senior staff level. Some of my colleagues probably get tired of my texts and emails and calls, sometimes with the question I've asked 3 or 4 times in the last few months. So it's a continuous collaboration, and I think it starts with the secretaries, it goes down to the senior staff, but then it quickly goes out to everybody in this room, because all of this work requires deep and intentional collaboration if you truly want to move the ball and you really want to make employers more successful and individuals more successful. So it has to be constant, and I think we try to, in education, remind it has to be progress, right? We just have to try to make progress each and every day, and over a time that will build up to more and more success, but it's constant.
Absolutely. And so something that's top of mind is finding people and putting them in the jobs that are so in need right now. The Commonwealth has so many sort of headwinds right now, retirements, out-migration, and just simply how people want to work now. And so it seems like the sourcing talent is getting even more difficult, and it's shifting and shifting rapidly. So maybe, Bob, can you talk about how your group is working with the vocational schools to really address youth and adult workers and get them into these very much needed jobs?
Yeah, that's a great example. We have to meet people where they are, which means we need to be conscious of what's available to them in their community for support through our partners, Mass Hire and other organizations, intermediaries, for example. And then we need to make sure that we're leveraging what we have for instructional capacity. In the case of vocational schools, part of that theory of action was pretty simple for the employers in this room, which was we have facilities that could be open for 3 shifts, but are currently open for 1, right? Traditionally 8 to 2 or 8 to 3. And what do we do to light up those facilities in the afternoon for students? And what do we do to light them up in the evening for adults, or in the weekends and in the summers for adults, to provide more access and opportunities? So how do we support that with state funding on a per student basis to develop those training capacities? In some communities, it was really important because there just really was no other place for them to get access to the technology and equipment and the instruction than strategically opening up those schools. So great partnership. Secretary Jones and Commonwealth Corp have led that charge. Very excited 2 weeks ago about pre-STEM week, so I'm a little lost with STEM week recovery. About $10 million in awards out to support.
We're at
South Shore, yeah, roughly 1,200 students. So, that has been gaining steam over a period of time. Very proud of the work that our schools are doing.
Great. Now, Leila, you oversee 5 regulatory agencies, including the Division of Licensure, Occupational Licensure. How are you thinking about ensuring that we have enough trained workers for the over 100 agencies that you oversee?
Engagement, engagement, engagement. It's what I say every day. I work with the commissioner of DOL, and we talk a lot about how are we engaging, where should we be engaging. We engage with DAS all the time around apprenticeships and the unions and employers, as well as the workforce and the talent itself, is really thinking about how do we modernize. COVID taught us a lot in licensing. There are many sort of boards that never thought they could offer hybrid, education around the curriculum and the classroom part. And what COVID taught us was that we had to do something, and when we did go and the boards actually allowed for hybrid education, accessibility goes up. You then can reach folks in parts of the state, because sometimes the school, the part of the education piece is still, an hour away for someone to drive. It's a night school, so there's driving. And so I think really working with, there were 39 boards, now it's 26 boards of registration at the division, and really working with each of those industries around how do we modernize our licensing requirements, how do we streamline it, and also how do we update our technology so that when the person is interacting with our agencies, it's really easy to come in, work with somebody, get online, apply, and get to the final, which is get licensed. So there's a lot of engagements that it's occurring not only internally within the division and throughout the executive office, but externally with the, we need the stakeholders to help us reach the talent and the regions in the talent as well.
Great. Now, Secretary Jones, I know you think about this day in and day out, but what do you think about, how do you think about sourcing talent to, specifically to meet the needs of our employers?
Yeah, I think we're in such a tight labor market, and I think it goes to my point that I alluded to in my remarks. We really have to bring in more individuals that have been discouraged or have been disconnected, whether it was over the past few years because of the pandemic and the aftermath of the pandemic, or because they have not seen themselves in the job opportunities that we know we have. And so that can start as young as thinking about STEM education in our K through 12 and really making sure that young people know that they can see themselves in science, technology, engineering, and math, whether that be in construction or in climate. It's a wide range of opportunities, but also for today, making sure that we're being more intentional, which we do have some great tools in our toolbox through grant programming to make sure that we are delivering on programs, whether it's investments through reentry dollars or individuals with disabilities. We have a program that are supporting youth with disabilities and bringing them into the workplace. But I think also, and thanks in part to our career centers and Commonwealth Corporation, we have our upskill navigators trying to think about how we're able to encourage more people, and those are resources that are in 29 of our communities, our career centers, and they're closest to the people. And making sure that we're able to connect individuals right in our neighborhoods to know of the opportunities right in their neighborhoods. And then certainly, because we are a Commonwealth where we can connect across different regions and there are new ways of working through remote or hybrid, we also can now find ways to support an employer that may be in Springfield for a job seeker that is in Worcester potentially. And so just making sure that we are lifting up awareness. And I think through means that we have through our mass hire system, we really want to amplify more of those opportunities for both the job seeker as well as for employers to plug in. It's a good infrastructure to start. We definitely could dial it up more, and we want to be able to do that and make sure that everyone in this room and much broader community knows of those types of resources.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a plethora of resources out there, and it's just how do you get them to the people and make people aware of what's out there for them. So thank you. Secretary Jones, I know Secretary Walsh wasn't able to join us here today, but I know you invited Health and Human Services into the cabinet. How is that new integration going, and what are the specific opportunities and challenges that you're working through?
Yeah, it's interesting. When we came in, we started thinking about how could we look at this workforce skills cabinet, the functions, these three-legged stools that are the three legs to the stool that are represented here, but how do we expand that in a strategic way, knowing that we wanted to do more with climate, for example, knowing that the MBTA could use 1,000 more workers, knowing that we could partner with public safety. We then realized, okay, that's the governor's cabinet, and so we talk about workforce as a whole system, but I think also expanding this stool to now be maybe more of a bench to include Health and Human Services has been strategic, and I am thankful that when Secretary Walsh came in, and really when her acting secretary was serving in the capacity in the first couple of months, we were talking about how to do this and do it well. And I'm glad that we proactively planned, because I know now when I am talking to either Secretary Walsh or her team, I know Bob probably talks to Joanne multiple times a day. It built an infrastructure quickly, and we had to react quickly, especially as we try to hit the ground running with the crises in our shelter system. And so we already had kind of a standing communication with many of the team members as we think about the support for our migrants, knowing that Health and Human Services oversees, if you don't know, the Office of Immigrant and Refugees, and certainly the close proximity to housing and livable communities. It really has led to an ease in communicating, but also knowing that we can lean on each other and tap into each other's resources in a way that hopefully is starting to feel effective. We know we have a long way to go, but it's been helpful. I don't know if you have more to add up to that, Bob. But.
Yeah, certainly in the Health and Human Service direct relationships to education, I think is often not necessarily deeply understood, as you said, Madam Secretary. You know, families in crisis often have children who are in crisis, and how do we navigate the education system to support them, whether they're early education and care, or whether they're students who are going into K through 12, or whether they themselves as adults need training services through our ESL providers. I see some of my colleagues from DESE out there, or whether they need retraining in entering a community college or an apprentice program, et cetera. You know, more intentionality than I think happened formally in the past. Certainly there were a lot of lessons learned through COVID of partnering that was happening in Health and Human Services. And then in particular in my space, a lot of dialogues about healthcare pipeline and what are the challenges in the education space to increasing access to nursing programming, more persistence of nursing programming. How do we build wider moats and opportunities around our structures to get more employers engaged from healthcare? So a lot of very intentional dialogues, because the healthcare workforce crisis is growing, unfortunately.
It's absolutely real.
If I could just add to that too, I think each of us in our respective spaces are used to having to braid and elevate funds that we have, whether it's through state or federal dollars. And I think what's definitely demonstrated through the Workforce Skills Cabinet, and even more applicable when we've now added Health and Human Services, such a big secretariat, when we look at state investments, state dollars on workforce development, it doesn't just sit within LWD. There's state dollars that fall under economic development, state dollars that fall under EOE when we think about workforce development, and there's state dollars that fit within workforce development when you look at HHS. And so we're now able to think more strategically in how we're leveraging these state dollars, whether we're talking about healthcare and human service industry jobs, or as we think about advanced manufacturing, life sciences, clean energy. So it really, there's the collaboration and the coordination we're talking about, but at the end of the day, it also is linked to lifting up the dollars that we have in a more strategic way, and that, I think, is why we have this cabinet as well.
No, absolutely. One thing that's really become apparent is that some of the challenges that we face here in the Commonwealth, such as housing, transportation, lack of affordable quality childcare, really impacts the ability of folks to maybe not even enter, but stay in the workforce. I'm very proud to say that Citizens has partnered with the Treasurer's Office of Economic Empowerment to really address this issue of lack of childcare. Citizens has provided micro grants and financial literacy to individuals who want to start a childcare facility in their home. We provide micro grants and, as I said, financial literacy to really try to encourage that kind of behavior. So I'll pose this to anyone who wants to jump on it. When you think about work supports that are necessary for participants to stay in the workforce, what are you doing in your secretariats to address these issues that may or may not be in your purview?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, since we do work for the state, it ends up being in our purview to some extent.
Everything's in your purview.
But I think, when we think about something like childcare, the role that we can play with an LWD, but I think also through cross-secretariat collaboration through the Skills Cabinet, is while there's the issue of affordability, part of that is trying to make sure that we have a strong workforce. And so I know there are some programs that are represented in the room today thinking about registered apprenticeship as a means to bring in more educators for early childhood education. And we're working with the commissioner, we're working with our Division of Apprentice Standards, and we know that that is one piece of a much bigger pie, but we hope that that helps to play into how we can support the workforce piece of it. I think also I've had a conversation with through our workforce planning sessions, thinking about caregiving and just knowing that as we think about caregiving in the workplace, that for LWD, I'm realizing as I'm getting settled into this role, even though I cared about it when I was at the roundtable, I'm realizing that it's an opportunity for us to think about our workers, but also employers, and making sure that we're raising awareness about the resources that, yes, could be in state government, but also may be outside of state government. And it's this opportunity that we have, maybe not in our immediate purview that you would think, but that we have this responsibility to make sure that we're raising awareness about the resources that are available, because there are resources. We want to make sure that workers are able to tap into that, and that employers know it's okay to talk about it, especially if they have access to those resources, and just be able to be more communicative to their workers so that people can take advantage of the resources that actually are available.
I would say the same. I would say, you can't just, in economic development, do this work alone. There's housing and transportation challenges, so we need housing and livable communities at the table. We need MassDOT at the table to really think about what is our strategy going to be, what's our plan going to be, and what are we going to put in money towards for supports and strategies. So again, it's really working across. It's not just EOED. It's EOED and HLC and MassDOT and labor and workforce development. We have to do this together, and that's how we look at it as well, and how we've been working towards this plan.
Yeah, collaboration is definitely a theme that we're hearing quite a bit. Bob?
Yeah, I would, there are two parts, in the early education space in particular, it really is collaboration, because there's two parts to that challenge, right? And I think your organization, as a supporter of that, realizes there's the network of providers, very often small business providers, who need to be prepared to be a small business. And then very often they're very quickly challenged to finding other people to work for them, to be able to have the staffing ratio to support their community success with early education. And I think there is a lot of work that we've been trying to do to make it easier for people to enter, easier for people to get credentials, more opportunities for types of credentials. As noticed, apprentice strategies for early education providers, shorter-term training programs and certificates. So it very often is a both and. And then the other examples I would say that has been really important is recognizing, as you noted, that individuals in particular who are in career transition need access to support to make that turn. And that might be, how do we ensure a student who might want to go to a training program can get transportation vouchers, or how do we get more intentional about supporting those students with early education or care, or food vouchers, or linked to their local food banks, or opportunities. For us, that's in not just our high school level strategy, but in our community colleges, for example, thinking about those access points for student success that tend to derail people from the process. It's not always the academic, and probably more rare to be the academic experience that's derailing them from completion. It's the other surrounding case management and support. And then the last one I'll just highlight, because I can't go anywhere and not highlight it, is for people who are in career transition, particularly for people who didn't have a past college attainment level, being able to move with fiscal support from a job to then pay for college, even community college level, is very difficult, because they were not historically high income earners and they don't have the dollars to do that. So the dollars that the Commonwealth has put in this year to increase opportunities for low income individuals, and then also recognizing those that are 25 years and above, even though they may have higher income levels, have life's challenges and support. So Mass Reconnect of really putting out there, if you want to make a turn, we're going to help support you fiscally to get that turn, and we're going to help with student success, and we're going to braid our partners like Mass Hire to inform people about the fact that now if you're 25 years and above and haven't had a degree in the past, you can come to our community colleges, take a program like LPN or RN or manufacturing or engineering, and get into these job openings. So I think a little more intentionality of inviting partnering and strategic investments.
Yeah, so important, so important. Okay, I'll ask one last question before I turn it over to the audience for questions. But in terms of being mindful of the Healy-Driscoll administration and their mantra of stop admiring the problem, but really get in there, fix the problem, roll up your sleeves, do the tough work. What is each of your vision for the next 3 or 4 years to address that mantra?
Yeah, I think that we're doing it. I think it's through processes like the workforce development plan, the economic development plan. We need to make sure that we're not just admiring that we have a problem, but we have to really roll up our sleeves and think about, how are we leveraging the tools in our toolbox? What are the tools that are not in our toolbox? What may be in, say, the Berkshire's toolbox that we can learn from for the whole state? And so I think this is the opportunity. We're trying to make sure that we're using these early months to listen, learn, and create a strategy that will guide us and be that playbook, if you will, to make sure that we are leading with some really strong strategies to talk through, but also to execute on a lot of things we've talked about on this panel. So I think that's I think we can't just admire it. We can't just sit in this and realize a year from now we're still talking about the same issues without trying to enhance that set of tools in our toolbox. So hopefully we'll be back here next year with some enhanced strategies that we would have executed or mapped out in our workforce agenda.
Well, this administration certainly has a can-do attitude, so I think we'll be making progress there. Layla?
I would say ditto, ditto, ditto. And also then tell our story. I think we want, what we talk about a lot is that we need to tell our story better and how great of a place this Commonwealth is to live and work. So really is, again, along with what the Secretary has said, is really kind of being intentional, working collaboratively, and telling the story of why we all actually live and work here, and that will attract more talent out of state, out of country, and make it easier for folks to be licensed, credentialed, and really want to live in our state here.
Yeah, I would agree. Ditto, 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 the ditto, ditto. And I would just add that the real reflection, I think, and back to the heal, stabilize, and transform, with a lot of dialogues about transform, which starts with, why do we do it that way? And is there a better way, a faster way? Is there a way to get out in front of it collaboratively so that when we try to make a change, it can be adopted very quickly? I'm going to, again, congratulate my colleagues at Department of Higher Ed, for example, of getting a confirmed budget for something like Mass Reconnect and having it stood up in 30 to 60 days meant that people had to work on it over the summer to prepare for it to happen, to make sure that we could have dollars in students' hands and educated people about the programs. So it's trying to say, well, usually that takes 6 to 9 months, and saying that's not good enough anymore. We have to work faster, and we have to realize there will be some bumps along the road. We try not to tell the secretaries of all the bumps, but there are bumps. But we just all are going to realize we can't let progress be stopped for perfection. There will be bumps, but we're going to move faster and more intently if we just keep moving forward. So a lot in my shop and dialogues are about, why did we do it that way? Could we do it differently? Can we do it faster? What do our stakeholders think about doing it faster? What are they telling us to do differently? And we just have to figure it out.
Yeah, I think there's more tolerance for bumps when we see progress being made, so thank you for that. So I'd love to open this up for questions from the audience. We have microphones around the room, so who has the first question?
Yep,
we can hear you.
yeah, okay. So first, my name is Salvador Pina. I'm the Dean of Workforce at Roxbury Community College. I'm also the chair of the MACBID committee, which is all of the community colleges. First, I want to just commend you all for having the foresight to fund the Employment and Training Fund, because with that fund, we've been able to serve hundreds of students in workforce development programs. And one of the unique things about that was that there was a capacity building component. And so what that's allowed us to do is to were able to bring in a brand-new registration system that makes it easier for students to come into programs. And we were able to bring on online training that we hadn't had before. So just a huge thing. My question to you is, do you have any plans to continue that funding going forward? Thank you.
So that one's in our shop. So I'll just give everybody just a little bit of a context. Sal, it's good to see you. So this was funds that was supported by the legislature and Governor Baker to support our community colleges to help rapidly scale up programs. $15 million that was through ARPA funding. And in the spirit of moving quickly, we used a slightly different approach, which was to get all the community colleges together and say, what are the constraining factors, which were staffing, awareness dollars, the ability to redesign curriculum or adopt curriculum. And then we needed dollars to cover the cost of training, because short-term training programs, I can see the choir out there, all of you, realizing traditionally aren't covered by federal Pell dollars. And so we needed to be able to say an individual who had an interest could be served. So we took and formula funded out X number of seats to each community college, X number of dollars for capacity building, and then said we'll hold back approximately 4 or 5 million of that to provide on demand. So if you're running through your seats and you have the ability to run another cohort of training, you can quickly be approved for additional capacity. And that is allowing them to have the flexibility to run training programs more aggressively, knowing that they would have those dollars. Sal shaking his head, I think it was little over 2.5 years to be able to have more flexibility. I think the returns that we're getting in now is that we are really running quite a few individuals through those programs. The dollars are going to be fully planned and utilized out. So it was a little bit of a how could you do it differently experience. Whether we'll continue that, I think, is a dialogue when we get a little bit more on placement results and a little bit more on the cohorts. I know the Secretary Jones and I are meeting with the community college presidents to talk about how that aligns to other state funding. But I think it's a great example. If you can get people around the table, set some ground rules, and let them do the great work they do, partnering with their communities, then we can get progress pretty quickly.
Great, thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Donna Schmagel. I am the Director of the Community Services Skill Up Initiative at Commonwealth Corporation. So my question is really around, is there any work being done or planning to be done around barriers regarding background checks or criminal records, particularly when it comes to the healthcare sector or licensing for certain locations? Because people currently take a license, go through the training and get certified, but if they can't get through the licensing board in order to get licensed to do that location or within healthcare, just wondering if there's any work being done around that.
You can take it. I have. So I know for the Division of Occupational Licensure, all of those boards have a CORI policy. And through those policies, when we've worked with those boards, they really want to see the person get licensed. So there's a lot of dialogue that happens with that individual that then allows them to get licensed. In the healthcare world, it's a little bit different, and I won't pretend to know a lot about what the licensing boards do and over at, because there's licensing boards all over the Commonwealth, but for the trades and for the boards that sit in DOL, which is, so we've got hoisting engineers, there's about 7 layers of licensing and hoisting, construction supervisors, plumbers, electricians. All of those boards have really they've really leaned in. They have CORI policies that really do allow folks to re-enter and get into those licensed professions. But I think it's a good comment around how do we now work with the healthcare industry. And again, I won't pretend to know if there's laws in place that say you can't come in if you have this sort of criminal history. So again, I think that it's a lot of work for us to do as well.
Great.
Is there a possibility that the CTI programs being run
Yes, let's connect after this, because again, there's frameworks, and let me connect you with the right person. We work a lot with Dave Edmonds, who does it for the Vote Tech schools. So there is a framework that they can share with you, and then you can work directly with all of those licensing boards. So let's definitely connect, because that sounds great to me.
The other point I wanted to make was, this is a state or even Commonwealth Corporation, the state, in offering programs that we offer today, like CPI programs. Do you think about continuing ed type of programs where you can build apprenticeships with the corporations and fund some apprenticeships? Because many of the people that we train that then go into the workforce can't afford to pay for apprenticeship programs, and sometimes it's an end of the road for them because they can't get into an apprenticeship program. So does the state ever consider or think about putting dollars into helping those who enter at the start of their career and help them continue that growth into better paying jobs and getting licensure by paying for some apprenticeship type programs?
So do you, go ahead.
I appreciate the comment. When we had a recent convening with Labor, Bob Bauer was there. We talked about the connections to vocational as well as comprehensive schools. And so as we think about our workforce planning process, we'll make sure to take your comment and think through how to elevate it into some action opportunities, because we do know that we're making investments through career technical initiatives. We're also making investments in registered apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship. How can we connect the dots greater? So it's an excellent comment. Bob, I don't know if you have
Yeah, I
more
would
to
say
add.
we have a small number, handful of programs who are now working as pre-apprentice or apprentice programs. I think that there's two parts of that. The CT on the front line, which is really designed as a entry pipeline strategy, is one component, John. I think the other component is thinking how CTI, in a short dialogue in the past, could be used braided with incumbent workers, right? We hear from employers across the board who are recognizing the potential of their employees, excuse me. So if I'm working at X and role, this role, but I want to get to that role, how does that happen? And is there a way to do that a little bit more intentionally with either co-enrollment or specialized programs? So the front end, I think we've worked out, and we were very interested in scaling. That next part, I think, as Secretary Jones said, is the dialogue that we need to have. But I think there's a need there. We just haven't tackled that yet.
Is it on? Yep. Okay. Hi, Ann Candelas with Springfield Works. One of the things we've been doing is working with the early college program, and there's a bottleneck of instructor knowledge in certain areas, photonics, advanced manufacturing. One of our corporate partners suggested that what if we had more externships? So now we have some of the professors going to work in the companies during the summer on school vacation. So now they're getting trained. It's sort of a train the educator, so that we're sort of skilling up to modernize some of the teaching and some of the other investments that you've made in equipment and labs and whatnot. So is there a program to actually increase educator capacity and skills? Thanks.
There's not a current deployment of a model just like you described. A while ago there was. I think it is something that we're talking about bringing back in a much more targeted fashion, and trying to figure out how to do it at scale, probably through an intermediary model in partnership with a higher ed partner. But yes, that has surfaced in the last year. Pre-COVID, there was a very small program focused on STEM-related externships for teachers. And it was more of refreshing their knowledge of emerging technology and emerging practices than it was to license additional teachers. I think it did take some teachers who were in one discipline For example, they may have been a math teacher and then became an engineering teacher, or became from a bioscience to a biotechnology type of instructor. But yeah, I think that is something that through professional development we'll probably be looking at. It is a challenge that we recognize.
I think we have time for one more question. Anyone? Okay, well, with that, I will say thank you for this great conversation with the panelists. I don't know about you folks, but I personally am feeling very bullish on Team Massachusetts. And as you can see by the many people in this room, I think you have plenty of people that are rooting on your success and are willing to lend a hand if needed. So thank you all.
Awesome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We're going to get started with the next panel. Don't worry, there will be opportunities at lunch to chat, so folks could grab their seat. I want to make sure everyone hears the wonderful introductions for our next panel. If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. If you can hear my voice, clap 3 times. All right, so now it's time to go on to our next panel. Sorry, I had to get the educator out in me. So good morning, everyone. I'm Christine Nicoli. I am a Director of Economic Inclusion and Wealth Building at United Way of Mass Bay. United Way unites people to unlock opportunities to advance in an economically just region where prosperity is shared across race and ethnicity. I am honored to introduce our next panel, How to Educate and Train the Next Generation of Workers. This panel will discuss youth supports and highlight programs and individuals who have successfully completed training programs and their journey to entering the workforce. Please join me in welcoming first our moderator, Che Anderson. Che is the Assistant Vice Chancellor at UMass Chan Medical School. He is joined by 4 youth panelists, Vickiana Petitom, co-lead organizer at I Have a Future, Pius Bedu, a former participant at Dynamic Future, Alex Ortiz, a student at Quinsigamond Community College, and Ali Al-Kanani, a participant at Partnerships After School Program and Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School. Welcome them to the panel, and thank you so much for your time.
Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good morning, everybody. How's it going?
Morning.
I like it. I like an active room. That's great. I think this is the perfect panel to follow the one we just had as we talk about workforce solutions, workforce development, and opportunities for the youth, right? We have 4 people who've been through some of these programs we talk about needing more opportunities from, more funding for, and you're gonna hear firsthand how they went, how they feel, and where there are opportunities to better some of the initiatives we have going on in the Commonwealth. I appreciate the introduction so much, but I gotta be honest, these students, these young people have such great bios for their age. I'm actually gonna read them because I want you to understand how dynamic these young people are, okay? So we're gonna start with, sorry, by the way, I'm Che Anderson. I'm like the least important person up here. I work at UMass Chan Medical School, very happy to be here, happy to be a sponsor and partner. But that's enough about me. We're gonna start with Vickiana here, Petithomme. Vickiana Petithomme is a 22-year-old youth organizer and community builder within the city of Boston. In 2008, Vickiana immigrated from Cape Haitian, Haiti. At the core of her values are curiosity, community, and radical imagination. For the past 6 years, she's engaged in and led local political, youth empowerment, and community-oriented organizations. At 22, that is fascinating. She served as the Northeast Regional Organizing Director for March for Our Lives and the former Executive Director of March for Our Lives Boston, a youth-led organization dedicated to ending all types of gun violence. She's also a former member and youth director of the Boston Mayor's Youth Council. Right? Give it up for Vickiana. I've been in that embarrassed state. It's cool. You're great. You're amazing. Sit in it. Sit in it. Pius Beidou was born in Accra, Ghana. Right? He's a son of Justice J. Beidou and Joanna R. Crenstel, and the only boy of their 4 children. I imagine what that was like growing up. It's all good. He currently attends Worcester State University as a freshman studying psychology on a path to becoming a psychiatrist. He is a child of God and currently pursuing to become the best version of himself that he can be. He runs track and field as a sprinter jumper and plans to go professional one day. He is a lifelong learner and hopes that he always remains this way. Give it up for Pius, folks. Next to Pius, we have Alexander Ortiz, right? Alexander is 18 and a graduate of Abbey Kelly. He played football in high school, plays the piano, and sings for church as an outlet. He also shares that he has ADHD and ADD, and he wants to become a surgeon. He majors in biology at Quinsigamon Community College. Give it up for Alexander, folks. And last but certainly not least, we have Ali Al-Kanani, who was born in Iraq and lived in Baghdad until January of 2020, when his family immigrated to the United States. He spoke very little English at that time. And now you're on a panel. Look at that. Huh? Huh? I'm trying. They settled in Beverly, Massachusetts, and Ali became a student at Beverly High School. When he was a sophomore at Beverly High School, Ali learned about a new opportunity called the Partnership After Dark program, where students could take academic classes at Beverly High School in the morning and receive technical skills training at Essex North Shore Agriculture and Technical High School in the afternoon. Ali enrolled in the After Dark plumbing program as a junior. He became a co-op midway through his senior year at Adario Plumbing and continued to work with them after graduation. In September of 2023, Ali enrolled in the Nighthawks Adult Education Tier 4 Plumbing Licensure Program. He's currently employed at JC Plumbing and Heating. Give it up for Ali, folks. So needless to say, we have 4 spectacular young people up here who are going to be sharing their stories and insights with you. I'd like it if each of you, we can just go right down the road, can share a little more about the program that brought you here and how it's impacted your career goals.
Hi, y'all. Again, my name is Vickiana Petithomme. I use she, her pronouns. Actually, I use all pronouns, throw my way. So the program that really takes a deep core into my organizing experience, who I am, in a program that I'm still currently involved with and advocating for is Youth Works, the state-funded youth employment program that funds thousands of jobs for young people throughout the summer and throughout the school year, also across the state, across many regions. I got my first ever job through Youth Works as part of the Mayor's Youth Council, and through that, I was like 15, and I got to walk into the State House City Hall, like almost every day after school. That was like the first time I really like went downtown, and that was like when my mom really started letting me stay out because now I had a job. So I didn't have to come straight home after school anymore. And that's where I learned about organizing, and I learned about city government. And I had someone constantly telling me that my voice mattered and that I could actually do something, and I could help other people also do things to make our communities better. And through that time and through that job, I got involved with things like the City of Boston Youth Participatory Budgeting process. I learned how to facilitate meetings, how to create trainings, how to work with other people. That job set me on the path that I am on right now. It made me commit my life to community organizing. It made me commit my life to Boston. And now I get to work with other young people to advocate for this line item and to think about what does it actually mean for young people to be employed in this city and in this state, and what opportunities young people are afforded when they are allowed to have that job, when they have access to those wages, when they are able to have that sense of autonomy in their lives. And so happy to talk more about it as we keep going on, but yeah.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm Pi. Excuse me. I'm Pius, and the way I got into Dynamic Future, which is the program I'm a part of with Che here, was in my senior year of high school. I had this teacher, Miss H. Pong, and she was the director of like internships at my school, where I was interning at Mass Hire. Shout out to Mass Hire. And while I was talking to her, she was like, yo, Pius, what do you want to become? And I was like, I really want to become a psychiatrist. And I was like, okay. She was like, bet. So anyway, throughout the year, I just kept talking to her about it, trying to figure out what I want to do. And then one day she told me about this opportunity. It was like with Dynamic Future. It was like, hey, they're doing this thing for people who want to go into psychology, that type of field. And I was like, oh, sure. And she's like, just email it to me and I'll sign up. Mind you, I totally forgot about it after I signed up, but I was still in the program. And so there I was, signed up. Then a few months later, I got an email. It's like, hey, Pius, it's from Lisa. I was like, hey, Pius, you're signed up for Dynamic Future. You got to get this form in and this form in and this form in. And at that time, I was very, very, very busy. You know, I was a high school student, senior. You know, I was busy. And so, exactly. And so I was like, okay. I looked at it for 3 seconds. I did what I could. I totally forgot about it. Lisa came back to me, Pius, you got to get this done. Looked at it for 3 more seconds, forgot about it. And then she came back to me one final time. I was like, okay, I might as well get this done with. Best decision of my senior year, right? So I got it done with, turned in the forms, and then Dynamic Future finally came. We did the online interview portion, and then we finally got to the on-campus thing. And that was honestly the best 2 weeks of my summer because like during the online stay, we went to various different communities around Worcester where we're originated. I can say that. Originated, and we got to talk with the locals, got to meet local businesses, and they all talked about how like psychology goes into so many more things than I ever expected. Like there's psychology in dance, psychology in art, there's psychology of the people who struggle with homelessness and all of that other issues I just never thought of. And like through that program, my mind has really been broadened, and my like decision to become a psychiatrist has been like affirmed because, well, I hate to say it, but being a psychiatrist is hard. You got to go to medical school and then money, cause medical school. And so it was like, wow, do I really want to do this? Cause that's a huge portion of my life I'll have to spend on just one career path. And like, what if I fail, or what if I don't make it? Or what if I do become it and I don't like it? And then it's like I wasted so many years of my life. But through this like channel, through this organization, I was able to see that I really love what is going on and I want to be part of more. And if I can do psychiatry, I feel like I can add to this vision that I have of trying to help people overcome their psychological like deficiencies and all of those different things. So yeah, that's how like Dynamic Future, I got into Dynamic Future and like what it means to me personally. So yeah.
Thank you.
It really got me up here doing this. So I would First and foremost, like to apologize for my bio. I did not know it had to be that many words. If anyone really knows me, I'm not one to talk about my life because I don't really worry about the past. But some things about me and why I chose this program. I grew up, I would never say I grew up a minority because my dad, he provided a house for us. He pays the bills, he works for us, and provides everything he can because he didn't have it as a kid. But although I wasn't living out on the streets, I was still out there, and I would see homelessness because my old church, we would go out on Saturdays and feed the homeless, and I also saw a lot of drug addiction around me. It runs in my family, and growing up, I never felt really understood about my conditions because I never found out I had ADHD and ADD until I was 14 years old and I saw an envelope on my mom's desk. And up until senior year, I didn't even know I had benefits for school and accommodations. And the teachers never really let me know that as well. They never really gave me the opportunity to do things on my own time. They just wanted me to go by their regime, I guess you could say. And all around me, I've always heard people say, "Oh, ADHD is just a condition made up by doctors to make medications and gain money," you know. And up until this point, when I had the program, I didn't have any vocalization about it, but it was great to see that there was people that actually focused on just these problems and just to make it better. And personally, I joined the program not to become a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but I wanted to learn in that field so that I could be a doctor, not just to write prescriptions and fix people's like flesh, you know? I want to be that doctor that can connect with the patients and talk it out with them, comfort them in the process of seeing their loved ones hurt, and also so that they can build the confidence in me to be able to help their loved ones that are hurt. And seeing that this drug addiction that runs in my family, I also don't want to be that doctor that, "Oh, you're in pain, here's morphine, here's Xanax, here's Oxy." I want to give actual help to people that struggle with these things. There's people that would completely deny these type of medications because they know it runs in their family, and it is hereditary. And addiction starts off as a choice, but it becomes a disease. And people can't live right without it. And I just want to be that doctor that breaks that line of iniquity in my community. And I just want to show to the people of my city that drugs are not the choice. I want to show to the people of my city that silence is not the choice, to vocalize their problems. Because me personally, recently I've been starting to vocalize more. If you would have asked me to do this last year, I would have said no. Real quick, I would have said no. But being in that program, it was a great 2 weeks of my life. And it was Pius's favorite 2 weeks of his summer because I was there, obviously. What this program showed me is that there are people out there that care. But what this program showed me is that there's not enough people out there that care. Because they were giving us numbers. Predominantly white. Predominantly men. And it's just, we need to spread the word that there's actual problems going on in this world, and that it's not just in the physical aspect, but there's mental problems. And if we help with these mental problems, there's so many opportunities that these physical aspect problems can be solved. And that's really what this program has shown me, and it also helped me build connections. Currently, I'm unemployed, but with the help of Katie and Shay, they've been helping me look for jobs at UMass because I don't want to have a job that's just, "Oh, I work at Marshall's to pay my car insurance." I want a job that'll set me up for the future, and that's what they showed me, that there's a path for my future.
Thank you.
Hey guys, you already knows I I came to the United States 3 years ago. So when I started, like actually when I came, I did all kind of work. I started working with a carpenter in New Hampshire, doing carpentry, finished carpentry, all this kind of stuff, framing. After that, I worked with a mover, moving furnitures. I worked on a restaurant. I worked in Home Depot for like 8 months. I did all kind of jobs, and after that, I find out the plumbing program's open for the after dark students, and my dad said, go try it. Because my dad, he's already a cabinet maker, he have a shop in Salem. So he said, it's better job than what we're doing right now. So I said, all right, we'll give it a shot. So I started there, and I find out it's really nice. Like, nice on a meaning like it's so much easier than what I was doing, and same time, in the future it will get, I will be having better better life, yeah, better opportunities, better life, you know. So I started doing the program, and I'm a person who likes work in his hands, and like I don't like sitting on a computer all day. So I found out we have tools, and I like tools. So this program actually like what I want. So I was working every day. I started in the program with 5 students. That's the first day just 3 show up, me and 2 other guys. The second day we was just 2. And after like 2 weeks, I was by myself in the program. I was working by myself, just like they give me diagrams, I do them, and they test. It's all good. And after that, the teachers asked me if I want to be a full-time student in Essex Tech, and I said, yeah. It's really like this is what I want to be. So I started being full-time student in Essex Tech, and I figure out we have 1 week academic, and the other week is shop. So that was like, ooh, that's cool. So I don't have to be on the computer all day, like for the rest of the year. So this is like kind of what my vacation, going to the shop. So in Essex Tech, we have 1 day a year. There will be a lot of companies coming to get students to work for them. So I asked my teacher, I want to get a job, and he said, okay. We asked a few plumbing companies, nobody wanted to hire me, but after that we've seen Adario Surfaces, and my teacher talked to them, and they said, okay, we'll hire him. So I was working there just weekends, because I couldn't go to the co-op program because I just started there. So I was working there just Saturdays when I have day off, stuff like that, on vacations. And the year after, when the co-op program, I'm able to go there, I started going there, and it was actually so much fun than before, because I had 1 week academic, I finish it, after that I'm going to work, making money. I don't even need like another job or something. So I really enjoyed it. And when I graduate, I stayed with Adario Surfaces for a few months. After that, my dad actually bought a building in Salem, so we have to renovate it. So Adarius wouldn't give me like 2 weeks off at least. So I had to leave there and finish my dad's project, renovating the building. And now I'm working with JC Plumbing and Heating, and they are actually much better company. They take care of employers, and I really enjoying what I'm doing.
Thank you. I think you can all agree with me that when I said that we had 4 spectacular young people, that was somehow an understatement, right? Okay. I want to dive a little deeper into your programs, and so I'm actually going to start with you two, Pius and Alexander, right? The 2 of you were part of Dynamic Futures, a behavioral health youth pathway program. Could you tell the audience, what was your sort of favorite session? right? Like of all the different things you did in those 2 weeks, what was your favorite session? And how did that session sort of prepare you for the, the college experiences you folks are having right now?
So my personal favorite session was the homeless camp. I say this a lot, which is why Alex reacted that way. And the reason for this was that the day of the homeless camp was also the day of my 18th birthday. And so that day, since we were on campus and we weren't going home, it was like, wow, my 18th birthday, I won't see my family. I'm gonna be with friends that I don't really know that well, because at that point, it's only the first weekend. So like the only person I could say I know well is my roommate, and even then it was like a bit iffy, because it's like, I've known him for 4 days. Do I really want like, I don't know if I really want to spend my 18th birthday with people I've known for 4 days, and I don't know. That was just me personally. And so I went into it very apprehensive, and then find out that we're going to a homeless camp on that same day. And now, mind you, at that point, I had a stigma about homeless people, so I was like, wow, that's great, yeah. And so I went in there very like, what's going on? How should I think? How should I go about this? But like, come to find out, this will probably be my favorite like event of the whole campus, of the whole, not campus, the whole, what is it, the whole program, right? The whole program, because when we got there, right, I had an idea of what I was expecting. I was expecting it to be dirty, people everywhere, just like, I don't know, I was expecting a mess. And when I got there, it was like organized, clean as it could be for the circumstances they had. And I was like, what's going on? So yeah, we went around, by the way, this is a homeless camp behind actually wait. I was gonna say the location, but it's in Worcester, so that probably wouldn't mean anything to you guys. So, anyway.
I think people here know Worcester, it's fine. That's right. That's right, Central Mass, right?
I apologize for assuming. It's behind Holy Cross. It's like a camp behind the Holy Cross Arena. I don't really know how to describe it. But anyway, we went there, I went around, and then it was almost like, the best way I could describe it is like a summer camp. Like if you've seen the show Survivor or something like that, that's the best way I could describe it, because it's like they lived in tents, first of all. They had like a big fire pit, if I remember correctly. And I don't know how to describe it, you just had to be there, all right? Because, okay, I'll just get to the meat and potatoes. So basically, yeah, we went there, and I talked to them, and I was like, they said something that always stuck with me since after I heard it, it's like it stuck with me permanently. It's like, we may be poor, but we're not, what is it, dirty? We're not, is that what they said? Yeah. Something around that. It's like, just because they don't have everything I have personally doesn't mean that they will live any worse than I will. Like, just because they don't have the quantity of privilege I have doesn't mean they'll let that decrease the quality of their life. And I was like, wow. Because that just opened my mind to like so many things that I had personally that they didn't have, yet they were making the best of their situation. And here I was complaining that on my 18th birthday, I wouldn't see my family. Yeah, it's a fair concern, I'm only 18, but it's like, I don't know, it opened my mindset to like, if I'm going into this field of work, I have to be open-minded. I can't go into it with any stigma. I can't go into it with any like predisposition of like what this person will be like, what they're gonna do. I have to go into it expecting nothing and just being there to receive the patient. And that's something that stuck with me since that whole program. It's something that stuck with me since I've been interacting with people. Nowadays, I try not to like judge people based on what I see or what I've heard. I just want to know them on a case-to-case basis and try to just work with them. And so that's my favorite session. That's why it's my favorite session. So yeah.
Thank you.
So I should have went first. He took my idea. But that was one of my favorite events in the program. Just seeing that these homeless people, they don't have money, they barely have clothes, but they still greeted all of us with smiles on their faces. They still greeted us with so much love. And one of my other favorite programs, well, one of my other favorite events was when we went to the Veterans Office. And it's true, we have all these programs for veterans and people who are struggling with PTSD and all these problems coming out of the Army. And we have bunch of facilities, but the percentage of people actually getting help is so much smaller than what people think it is, because there's millions of veterans out there, but a lot of people really getting help is people with connections. And I just like to see that at that program, they broke that kind of stigma that you need a connection to get help. They broke that, that if you didn't have at least a little bit of money to help yourself, then you're not gonna get help. You know what I mean? And it just showed that us as people, we really can't help without money. We don't truly need money to help people. And it amazed me to see these people just going on with smiles on their face, given what they're going through currently. And it just reminded me about a scripture in the Bible that says, do not worry about what you have to eat, wear, or your money, because if you just trust in God, it'll help you. And seeing those people there not worrying about what they have to eat, wear, just given what they have in the moment and living in what they have in the moment, it just really opened my eyes to the fact that that being homeless is not a detrimental thing. It's not detrimental in the sense of your mental health, because people can live to learn to appreciate what they have. And that's all that I saw when we went to that encampment. They barely had anything, but they were happy about everything they had. They described to us what they had, and while they described it to us, they had a joy on their face, because they know that no matter what, you could always have less. They could always be worse, but it could always be better. And that's what I liked about the program, that we're showing to the youth that we can be the difference. That just because we're young doesn't mean we can't help older people. That just because we're young doesn't mean we can't talk. And it also surprised me to see a lot of men vocalizing, because personally, and I've gone through it personally as well, there is a stigma that men can't talk, that men can't express their feelings. But seeing that there was so many men on the panels and talking to us about what they're going through, it just really made me happy to see that there is a level of people that can express themselves. And with these programs, I just want to make that level bigger, you know what I mean? I want to let people know that they can still talk about their problems and not be judged about it.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Bill. Ali, I'm going back to you, because you were effectively enrolled in 2 different schools and traveling to make that happen, which most people in high school will have a tough time going to one school, and you figured it out. What would you say was the most challenging aspect of your program? And as a second part, how do those challenges prepare you for what you're doing now?
So, I say that before, I hate sitting on a desk in front of a computer. And for me, I was in Beverly High School. I do what I have to do there, doing math, English, history, and after that, I have the fun time after that. So, when I, there, I can't explain it. It's, when you do something you like, you don't even think about anything else after that. So, I don't know. I just do what I have to do just to go there, you know? So, I don't know what to say else.
That's okay. What would you say there were any other skills that you learned beyond the trade skills that you've been taking with you? Are there any other lessons you've been able to take away from what you've learned?
So they, in school, they teach us all kind of stuff, and from the sizes until the types of the materials and the ways to connect stuff, and how how to service stuff. It's a lot of things. It's really helpful. So when we, for example, you want to be a plumber, but you didn't went to trade school. When you go there and apply for any company, they will ask you, do you know anything? And you will be no. And they will be like, you need to know at least something so we can hire you, right? But for us in trade schools, we already kind of quarter of what we have. So when you go there, you apply. For example, the plumber, when he will send me to get a fitting from the truck, he'll be like, go get a Y with a 345, and I will be like, I will go get it. But if he send a regular guy, he don't even know what he's doing. He'll be like, what is that?
Yeah. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that is. You could have just made that up, and I'd just go, all right, yeah, cool, go get a Y with a 345, for sure. It's one thing I just want to interject. I think quite often, in this room we understand it, but a lot of times people don't understand the impact that trade schools have on our society, right? And I had someone very recently say to me, you went and you got this degree, and then you got your master's, and you sit in the office, and I have to wear suits all the time, which I don't like, but at the end of the day, I have to hire a plumber and an electrician. And in today's market, we need someone to build the houses. And so there's so many opportunities that we have at our trade schools that for a long time have sort of been these hidden gems, and they can't be hidden anymore, right? We need more people in the trades to fulfill the work that we need done. And so the work you've been doing is fantastic, and so we appreciate it, of course.
I don't know if you guys know that or not, but the average age for plumbers is 56. Oh, wow. And the electrician is 52. So we guys, we really need plumbers. But if they don't want to work, nobody want to be a plumber or electrician, it's fine. I will take all the money is coming because the price will be higher.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna go back to Vickiana. Vickiana, you've been extremely involved in workforce development and advocacy, and the I Have a Future program has been a key partner in creating state resources through the Youth Works program. While funding for employment is crucial, it is critical, can you speak to other key components that state funders and employers should consider when employing young people?
Yes, absolutely. Hiring young people is not like hiring everybody else. It's not like hiring an adult. And that's just because of the special circumstances that young people find themselves in. A lot of the issues that we are going on, because some young people are homeless too, young folks are in the workplace and they're having to figure out how to manage their ADHD, their ADD, all the things that are going on in their lives. Young people are still having to manage that, but they don't have the same amount of choices as as older folks do, as adults do, in terms of how to actually regulate themselves through all of that and how to actually meet their needs. So when you're hiring young people, it's a responsibility to help them meet those needs, so you have to be committed to funding wraparound services. How are you going to make sure that these young people are getting to their job on time? Do they have a T-Pass? Do they have a ride to work? Did they eat that day? Because for some young people, they're relying on school lunch. So if they're going to their job straight after, where are they getting their next meal? You have to think about that when you're hiring young people. You have to think about, for some of them, this is going to be their first job. Their first experience with the workplace might be with you. And so you are setting those norms in terms of what do you think is professional and how do you act in the workplace. You have to be able to be patient and take your time to actually orient young folks to these expectations that we normalize and assume that everybody already knows. But we got to take the time to actually be explicit with it and ask young people, what do you need so that you can actually do this work? And also, thinking about Youth Works has been amazing in terms of expanding these last few years, this last 10 years, but we need to expand some more. It's amazing that young folks are having opportunities to explore the psychology field so early on. We need to have more of these jobs available in as many different sectors as possible so that young people can make these decisions earlier on so they don't waste their money on college classes that they actually realize they don't like and that's not a field that they want to go to. At 15, through my first job, I knew what my career was. I had my first job, I loved it. I knew what I was gonna do. You got to explore that and you affirmed yourself, okay, this is actually something that I want to commit myself to. The more areas and opportunities that we have to present young people their options so they can make those choices earlier on, the more developed our workforce is gonna be. Then we can start training them earlier. They're more skillful at an earlier age. I believe there's a data bill that the Workforce Solutions groups we were lobbying for that would give us some more information about, youth works participants and what it was like for them, like 5 years after going through a youth works program. Are they more likely to be like higher paid? Like what kind of jobs do they hold? So these are the kind of like information that we need to be sourcing because I take myself as a testament to that. The only reason I'm able to hold a position like lead organizer within an organization and to be in this place that I am right now is because I was able to start so early and because people trusted me enough in those positions to invest in me. Because within those jobs, I met mentors. I met people who I looked up to and who took their time to really meet me on a personal level of where I was at and listen to me and my experiences and help me develop as a human being. So when you're hiring young people, you need to be able to invest in them fully as the people as they are, because they are not just workers in your workplace. They are seeds that you are cultivating and growing, and you need to be constantly watering and watching and making sure they're getting their sunlight. It's a process.
Did somebody record that whole thing? Okay. No, yeah, all right. I want that clip because right? I'm 34. I don't know what I want to do with my life. At 15, you're set. No, it's that I don't know that anyone in this room could have said that better. I think that it's important for young people to advocate for themselves, but it's essential that workplaces allow young people to learn how to advocate for themselves.
Exactly.
Right? To say when something, quite frankly, isn't right, to say when they need more resources, and to not be afraid because you're just the youngest people in the room.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you. Thank you for saying that. Yeah. Awesome. I just have a couple more questions, then we'll open up to the audience, because I'm sure that they're chomping at the bit to ask some young people some questions. So if each of you could just, maybe give us 2 things that you believe are critical for some of our workforce or education systems to improve, right? What do you think we need? Oh yeah, I know you got it. I know you got it in the chamber ready.
Like I said, I think those wraparound services are really critical. I also think, and within YouthWorks, and I know ComCorp has started developing these kind of tier systems, but it's really important that our pathways expand beyond just 18 years old, that they're really going as far as possible and thinking about employment opportunities at different points of entry and that need different hiring. If you're 19, you may not need the same kind of job as a 14-year-old, but you might still need that level of mentorship and support still, So having opportunities for folks who are at different points of their career, but still need that kind of handhold almost, yeah.
Thank you.
Something I personally feel like the education system could do a bit better is maybe start working with children on, not children, but youth and what they want to do as a career path or exploring a career path earlier on in their life. Because I realized some things, I personally wasn't really getting any help for what I wanted to do in my career until I got into my senior year of high school. And then by then I already had all the stresses of life as well as all the senior stuff hey, sign up for this, sign up for that, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. And I was wow. he didn't really give me time to really focus on what I want to do. And I feel like a big thing that could be done is maybe shifting it back, like maybe when we start high school, it's going to be like, okay, so now that you're in high school, let's start preparing you for what you want to do. Maybe you can go here, go there. Like, for example, internships at my school where you get to really explore, that where I'm at Mass Hiring, like get to explore what you want to do. That's only available for seniors. But then by the senior year, as I already said, you're already so busy, it's like hard to focus on one thing. So maybe they can start it a bit earlier so that all throughout their career, they're exploring different avenues. So by the time they get to college, it's not like, okay, I want to try this. Then they realize like, oh, I don't like that. Now I wasted my money. Now I got to try again. And then they keep wasting your money until it's like, dang, I finally found something I want to do. Or sometimes they never find it. Because I feel like as a child, it's easier. You have more time, simply put. As a child, you have more time. And throughout your high school, if you have using those 4 years to really explore and branch out, by the time you get to college, maybe you won't have it all figured out, but you at least have like a more affirmed idea of what you want to do, rather than just throwing the dart at the board until you hit something. So I think that's something that could be done, yeah.
Thank you.
Personally, I like the fact that she brought up that employers need to stray away from the fact that, oh, we're employing this person, all we need to do is pay them money for their hours. I love how she brought up the accommodations to the person itself, to the person themselves, you know, because as I said, I'm unemployed, say, and Katie helping me find jobs at UMass, and I'm looking through all these jobs, and they're claiming that they're entry level, but how is it entry level and you're requiring me to have 4 years of experience in something that I've never heard of? And it'll say entry level, but then I have to be certified for like everything. And that I don't have a problem with, but like, you're making me pay money to get certified for stuff that I need to get to work for you. Mm-hmm. So I think that it's important that instead of saying, oh, there's a standard of experience that you need, instead of that, give them the experience. Mm-hmm. Give me the experience that I need. Mm-hmm. Give me what's 2 years worth of assistant. You're telling me I need to know 2 years of how to help people? So I just don't understand that we need so much experience just to get a job, but it's entry level, and entry means what was before it. What was before it? So that, and also, yes, the accommodations for people's mental needs and stuff. Me as someone with ADHD and ADD, my short-term memory is like the worst memory in the world. I forget to remind myself, that's how bad it is. And my attention span is like crazy, like all over the place. I don't even know how I keep talking here, but it's true that these employers need to understand that there's people with needs. There's people that need help and experience. You can't just expect us to have that all of ourselves before we even get there. I think that's the biggest thing we need, that we just get the experience and the help that the employees need. Not, we just don't need money.
Thank you.
Actually, I really liked what she said about training, like the new generation from the air layer, because it's really like how I can say that. I'm just like sorry.
It's okay.
So we said training the young generation from like air layer. It's really helpful because like when I met few people, they was asking me what I'm doing and stuff like that, and I just tell them I'm doing plumbing, and they say, oh, in that young age, they was surprised, and they said, like, if we had these opportunities, we will be doing it. Like we never had to go like through college or something like that. And same time what he said about the like the employers will give like more opportunity for the new guys. It's really important too. And actually, I have been through this situation. They asked me like, "What do you know?" I said, "I'm really new. That's my first job or second job. I never did this before." And I said, "No, we need like experience." I'll be like, "But I'm starting. I want to learn," and they will be no.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. Yeah, that's important. So I know there has to be at least one or two questions. I think that's as many as we can take. Anyone have any questions for our panelists here? Yes, right away. Here in the front.
My name is Jordan Reed. Can you hear me? All right. My name is Jordan Reed. I'm from the Worcester Community Action Council. I'm the Youth Readiness and Success Coordinator. And so working with populations just like yourself, find jobs, develop work readiness skills, things of that nature. My question is, what value do young people add in our current market that should encourage and incentivize organizations to make the level of investment that you're calling for?
That's a good question. There's a lot of mms up here. Yeah?
So first, I would like to say, think of the population of how many young people are on this earth. How many people we could teach. If we allowed those opportunities for the young people to learn within the job before, instead of having to have 2 years of experience before even getting the entry-level job, then I think all our fields can benefit from this, because there's a standard that you need the experience, so then people don't want to do it. But if you're giving people the experience within the job and teaching them as they do it, there's going to be a lot of more people coming through, especially young generations. Young people talk. We talk a lot. So if I find a job that, dude, I'll go to say Pius, dude, this job, they're giving me the experience I need instead of asking me to have it beforehand, and they're entrusting in me that I will grow and that I will benefit from the job and that the job will benefit from me. Imagine how many kids will just want to start doing that. Imagine how many youth will start to want to work in these jobs that are giving them the experience instead of asking for experience. And I think it'll really benefit, especially because the youth these days, they're huge vocalizers. Huge vocalizers. Everyone talks. And if you allow these youth to just enter these work fields, your eyes would be open to so many more problems that you didn't even know existed, or that you knew existed but didn't do anything about it. Because I'm hearing a lot of, I recognize these problems, but what are we doing about the problems? You could see a problem and just leave it. I could see a homeless person on the street and drive past them. I could also see a homeless person on the street, hey, I know these people, trying to help people find jobs. There's entry level, and it's real entry level. You don't need 2 years of experience before. Will help you as you get to the job. Imagine how many people would want to become what they actually want to become. Because that is such a barrier for people that, I want to be a surgeon, but all these jobs that lead to my future career are asking me for experience and prior things that I needed to do. But imagine if these jobs just gave us the experience and gave us what we need. We would have so many more doctors. We would have less doctors that are just, here's a med, get out of my face. Right. We would have more doctors that actually learn from the experience from being in the field and actually want to help people instead of just being there for money, because that's the stigma that it's building, for that you need experience, that you're just going there to get paid. But all these fields, these mental health fields and these surgical fields and veteran fields, homeless fields, all these people will benefit from the experience that you give us and that we give you.
Awesome. I know that we're out of time, but the beauty is you have, again, 4 young people who are willing to answer your questions if you come up on the side of the stage after. We'd like to thank you so much for the opportunity. We'd like to thank you for what you offered. And I do just want to say one really quick thing. I had a mentor who always said to me that children are 100% of our future. And I think that if any of you truly listen today, you know that the future's in great hands. So thank you again.
We actually are the present.
Michelle Bell. Can you bow?
I think that panel deserves another round of applause. That was really incredible. We weren't expecting funny, too. That's good. That's good. And just while they're taking their picture, a lot of us are in this room looking for hope because every day we try to provide hope, and I saw just a lot of hope in that panel, and I think it's a really great panel and a great vibe to send us off into lunch. And so, we have a buffet with vegan, vegetarian, and gluten-free options. If you pre-ordered a kosher meal, please see Lauren Naboli over at that door. We're going to try to do this orderly, but not militaristic. So the food is behind me in this room where the coffee and the breakfast was. What I think the most orderly thing to do would be, maybe not table by table, but maybe section by section. So the back to go first, please go out those two doors that are open, go through the food line that way, come through these doors, and then just go wide around the room back to your seats if you can. We're going to try to be back here right at 12:45. We have another great panel leading into, again, the Lieutenant Governor and a wonderful awards presentation. We'll see you right at 12:45. Thank you.
like love has found us, if only for tonight. I'm afraid my arms betray me, but that's the way they are. Oh, so darling, don't you blame me if we should go too far. Oh, blame it on the night. I don't really care who gets the blame. Blame it on the moon. Get it on the stars, it's all the same. Blame it on the night. If you just can't help yourself, it's alright. Now the clouds hold the dark horizon, and the air is very still. Ooh, yes, and anything could happen, and it probably will. Oh, blame it on the night. I don't really care who gets the blame. Blame it on the moon. Get it on the stars, it's all the same. Blame it on the night. If you just can't help yourself, it's alright. Blame it on the night. Blame it on the candlelight and wine. Blame it on the music. Blame it on the love that made you blind. Blame it on the night. If you just can't help yourself, it's alright. Blame it on the night. I don't really care who gets the blame. Blame it on the moon. Get it on the stars, it's all the same. Blame it on the night. If you just can't help yourself, it's alright. Blame it on the night. Blame it on the candlelight and wine. Blame it on the music. Blame it on the love that made you blind. Blame it on the night. If you just can't help yourself, it's alright. Blame it on the night. I don't really care who gets the blame. Blame it on the moon. Get it on the stars, it's all the same. Blame it on the night.
Every night she walks right in my dreams. Since I met her from the start, I'm so proud I am the only one who is special in her heart. The girl is mine. The doggone girl is mine. I know she's mine. The doggone girl is mine. I don't understand the way you think, saying that she's yours, not mine. Sending roses and your silly dreams, really just a waste of time, because she's mine. The doggone girl is mine. Don't waste your time, because the doggone girl is mine. I love you more than he. Take you anywhere. But I love you endlessly.
Michael. We're not gonna fight about this, okay?
Paul, I think I told you. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
I've heard it all before, Michael. She told me that I'm her forever lover, you know, don't you remember?
Well, after loving me, she said she couldn't love another.
Is that what she said?
Yeah, she said it. You keep dreaming. I don't believe it. No, the girl is mine. No, mine. You're mine. She's mine, 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 mine. I do need it.
Well, she's kind and pretty, drives a big car too. And when I hold her in my arms, I never know what to do. She's got everything she needs, what does she need me for? Just a crazy fool, coming back for more. And I know she's no good, can't blame her, but I know I should. Everybody says, oh, watch out, boy. She'll break your heart like it was a toy. You better save it for a rainy day. You better save it for a rainy day. Well, I'd leave in a minute if I only could. But when she touches me, it makes me feel so good. My heart's in her hand, this is sure a mess. There's no way I say no when she says yes, yes, yes. Take me, shake me, and tell me this ain't a dream. Everybody says, watch out, boy. She'll break your heart like it was a toy. You better save it for a rainy day. You better save it for a rainy day. see a sunset in Japan. When I close my eyes, I see them still. But the road seems to lose its fascination. And I find there's a picture in my mind of a room with windows on the sea. Well, she's waiting there for me. I drop out of space and time. Back in the maze with lazy Nina. Walking the dog and watching Soul Train. Reading the paper, going to movies. And at night we sing da 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 da, oh yeah, yeah. There are days when I wake up
Hello, we're going to welcome you back. This is about a 90-second warning for our next panel. We do want to stay on schedule just because we're lucky enough to have the Lieutenant Governor joining us at 1:30. So in about a minute, we're going to have our next panel introduced. But at the moment, I just want, we've been joined by my predecessor, and one of the main reasons that this event is still successful even 2 years after she stopped working with the Workforce Solutions Group. We've been joined by Kathy Meinzer, the former project director, and I wanted to just welcome her and thank you for coming. We'll see you in a bit when we make a great award in your honor. So in about a minute, you'll see Ruthie Lieberman up here to introduce the next panel.
Hello, everyone. Can I get your attention up here? We're going to start our afternoon panel. And our panelists can come on up. Good? Okay. Feel free to continue eating. Good afternoon. My name is Ruthie Lieberman. I am the Vice President of Public Policy for Economic Mobility Pathways, which is a nonprofit organization that helps people climb up the economic ladder. We do that through an economic coaching program. We do it here in Massachusetts and around the country. And I'm also a proud member of the WSGE team. I am really excited to introduce this next panel called Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Work. So please join me in welcoming our moderator, Tom Hooper, who's the Vice President of Sector Pathways at the Commonwealth Corporation. He is joined by three distinguished and interesting panelists, which includes Liz Schwab, who's the head of External Affairs for the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic region at Google, Venki Venkatachalam, who is the Dean of Management at the University of Massachusetts, Boston, and Wes Shields, who is the founder and principal at SynthMinds AI. Please join me in giving them a round of applause as we start. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So nice to be here with you all today. My name again is Tom Hooper. I'm the Vice President for Sector Pathways at the Commonwealth Corporation. And my fellow panelists and I are just thrilled to be here with you today to talk about a very important and topic that could not be more timely, which is artificial intelligence, or AI for short, and key trends in the future of work. Those topics are fairly new to some of us, so we're really excited today to dive into them with you. I actually grew up in the town right next to Devens, and then it was called Fort Devens, the town of Harvard. And when I was a little kid, we used to come over and watch fireworks here. And I think if someone had told me in 1980 that I would be involved in a panel on artificial intelligence, I probably would have said something like, I think that was in E.T., which I just saw, and maybe that'll help him phone home. So it's amazing how technology advances so quickly and the impacts that it has on our workforce. Before I continue, I want to introduce again the three terrific panelists that we have today. So three key folks with deep industry experience, and it's a very diverse panel. We have Liz Schwab joining us. Liz is the head of external affairs for the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast with Google. We have Dean Venki Venkatachalam, who is the Dean and Distinguished Professor for UMass Boston's College of Management, and William Shields, founder and principal for SynthMinds AI. And again, a very diverse panel and with deep expertise on this topic. Our goal for our panel today is very straightforward. First, we want to help all of us have a deeper understanding of AI and key trends in the future of work. We also want to discuss the impact that those trends have on both workers and employers. And then finally, we want to discuss and have a group conversation and feedback around the implications of those trends for workforce boards, community colleges, and other organizations, and look at how those organizations can adapt to those trends. Our agenda for today also pretty straightforward. I will pose a series of questions to our panelists for about 25 or 30 minutes, and then we've left plenty of time for questions from all of you. And so we'd love to hear your questions when we get to that portion of the agenda. So with that as background, I'll now turn to my panelists to pose those questions to them. We're going to start with William to my left. William, thanks again for joining us today. You obviously have deep expertise in AI, and to help set a foundation of understanding for all of us, since this topic is fairly new for many of us, if you could talk a little bit about what AI is and then offer some examples about its applications. That would be
Sure,
great.
thanks for the easy question. So AI really kind of is, while it's kind of captured everyone's attention here in the last 12 months or so, it's been around since the 1950s. It's really any technology that mimics and simulates the way humans think, way humans learn, the way humans reason and make decisions. So this encompasses a ton of different fields. I find right now when people say AI, ChatGPT comes to mind. That's just one little sliver of it. That's generative AI. So things like natural language processing, computer vision, robotics, data analysis, deep learning, a lot of different fields and buzzwords, but the way we try to think about it is in 5 areas where we interact with these technologies. Visual artificial intelligence, so computer vision, image recognition, text AI, so that's text-to-speech, things like semantic search, interactable AI, so chatbots, your personal assistant, Siri, Google on your phone, functional AI, so those are more complex robotics, Internet of Things, and then analytical AI. So things that analyze, say, sentiment in someone's voice or words, or perform supply chain analysis and provide recommendations. So those are the kind of 5 areas of AI that to businesses, to folks that aren't doing a lot of research and development with these tools, is the way to kind of think about them from a strategic perspective.
That's great. That's great. Thanks, William. Liz, turning on to you, in a similar vein of offering a foundation for folks to think about around some of these topics, it'd be great to hear your thoughts around some key trends in the future of work and the impact of those trends on the availability of jobs. If there are certain jobs that we're going to see more of, certain jobs we might see less of, and then any new jobs that might pop up.
Yeah, so I think, first let me preface my remarks by saying the research is still really early days on this. If folks want to do some reading after today, I would point you to a few studies by MIT, McKinsey, Brookings, Goldman Sachs. They all have some really good reports out if you want to go into the details, and I'll cite some of them in my remarks. But broadly speaking, when it comes to workforce, I think we want to look at AI as a tool or an assistant that's going to help us get our jobs done more efficiently, more productively. Advances in technology have historically replaced individual tasks, so not entire occupations. I think there's only one exception to that rule over the last 80 years, and that's been the elevator operator. So US Census data shows that that's really the only job that has completely gone away. So really for the rest of us, we're looking at how do we incorporate AI into our industries, into our jobs. In terms of specific industries, Goldman in particular cites a few that have, as they call it, higher exposure to automation. So the administrative fields, the legal field, I think their third bucket was architecture and engineering. Perhaps more importantly, though, for this room to think about is that they also predict that 1/4 of US workforce tasks can be automated by AI. 1/4 of all the crap we all do every day can be automated by AI. And so to me, that says we need to be thinking about it as sort of this ubiquitous tool, kind of like the internet or digital tools are today, that most of us will likely interface with. The second part of your question on new jobs and skills, I think frankly is really hard to predict. So if you were to go back to say pre-internet, I don't think anybody in this room could have said, oh yeah, digital marketing, or oh yeah, the app economy is going to be huge. Like, what's an app, right? And so I think what we can do instead is, although William can correct me if I'm wrong, maybe he knows of some new jobs he's hiring for. But I think what we can do from a broader workforce ecosystem perspective is look at some of the skills that AI systems can't do. So what are the complementary skills that humans are good at, or some humans are good at? And that is the soft skills, right? It's critical thinking, interpersonal communication, leadership, creativity, right? If something is highly redundant, then AI can probably, to make that easier or take it away from you, but those other things are hard to automate. Also importantly, 80% of middle-class jobs in the US right now require a high degree of digital skills. Those jobs also grow 2.5 times faster right now in our economy than other non-digital skills jobs are. So as much as it's fun to focus on like the emerging thing, we can't forget about the basic level of digital skills. And I would add AI as just a layer on top of that, right? Of more things we need to know in the digital space in order for us all to do our jobs effectively and not be left behind. And I won't go too into the details on skills because I know that's more the dean's area of expertise, but hopefully that gives folks in the room some reassurance that we are all still relevant as humans.
That was terrific, thank you. As we're building on some of Liz's comments there, Dean Venke, it would be great to hear, given all the time you spent focusing on the future of work, about some of the skills that you would expect or think we could expect to be more in demand, given trends with future work, or some that may be less in demand.
Thank you. Before I talk about the skills, I'm going to make some brief remarks on the type of occupations that we are witnessing in the post-COVID era. What are some occupations that are going to be growing at a significantly fast pace? And at the same time, what are some occupations that are going to be declining? I know Liz mentioned, alluded to that. She said 1/4 of our workforce is going to be automated. So there's going to be a lot of transitions going to happen. Studies show, I think this is McKinsey's numbers, an additional 12 million occupational transitions are going to happen in the next 7 years, up to 2030. So let me start with the bad news first. So what are those occupations that are fast declining, especially with the AI making a surge? These are mainly customer-facing occupations. For example, customer service, the food service, office support, and the production. These are areas where you are going to see significant automation. And with the AI and the ChatGPT and the many other technologies we have right now, these occupations are going to see a significant decline. Now, on the other extreme are some occupations which are highly resilient from the COVID time, and they're also fast growing exponentially fast. These are, again, some of them are no-brainers. STEM areas in large, transportation, supply chain management, health service, and also certain business and legal occupations. They are witnessing steady growth, and they have been very resilient occupations. Then there is something in between which kind of stalled during the COVID time, but they are also rising compared to the other sectors. So these are education. I know there are many educators here in the audience. In the area of education, training, custom training, on-demand training, construction industry. So these are some sectors that are seeing positive growth, that are likely to see positive growth, but clearly those sectors that are declining, something that we get to be careful about. So how do we then position this into the skills that the next generation of community leaders, and those are our students, they need to have, so they have meaningful, successful career opportunities. So being in academia, we always talk about the pentagon of skills. The 5 skill categories. Number 1, again, you all know this, we live in a data-driven world, so everything is data. So being able to manage data. So data literacy is very important. How do you handle data? Then the second skill is some programming skills are essential. Learning Python or learning R is essential today to survive in the technical world, especially in the AI-driven economy we live in. So we insist on our students learning some programming skills, the data literacy skills, and then we also, of course, there are AI-specific skills in terms of how do you create content using ChatGPT, which is a very generative artificial intelligence, which generates content, whether these are blogs or chatbots or whether these are any articles, writings. There's a downside to it, how students can sometimes misuse it, but there's a lot of positive side to using ChatGPT. Then there's a natural language processing. How do you use conversational language, even in different languages, and how to capture them, store them, and infer meaning out of it. Image processing. It's very important to have those expertise that you can use AI to process invoices, to receipts, to part lists. So there's a lot of automation that can be done, and that's going to happen. So having that image processing expertise is very important. And so these are some of the areas where, on the technical and AI-related side, then let's also point out to the soft skills. We insist on the communication skills. Communication is an area where we really, really need to focus on. Today's generation of students, they need to know how to write very well, how to communicate, how to make presentations, how to articulate their thoughts in a very professional, respectful way. That is something that we always underestimate, and that is something we have to work on. Then, of course, we have a critical thinking skills. Just because you find something in, pardon me, Google, it doesn't necessarily mean it is true. It could be somebody's opinion. So how do you critically evaluate something that you find on the internet? Those are the 5 sets of skills that I think they are very, very important. They were important 5 years ago, and today they're even more important in the post-COVID world.
That's great. Thanks so much, Venki. That's terrific. So we've talked a little bit so far about key trends. So now let's turn to talking about adapting to those trends and responding to them. Liz, turning back to you, we'd love to hear a little bit about some key policy changes that could happen at the state or local level to help both workers and employers respond to some of these changes in the workforce.
Yeah, I mean, I think the good news is we have a lot of control here. So whenever we're standing at the starting line of a technological change, we're trying to manage for that messy transition period, right? And the 2 big risks that come to mind are that the benefits of something like AI without some intervention are probably not going to be proportionately distributed across the population, right? And in fact, big chunks of the population of the workforce will likely be completely frozen out of it. So how do we mitigate those 2 risks, right? It's happened with each and every past technological wave, and how do we mitigate that for this one? So I would propose 4 buckets for sort of a transition workforce agenda. The first one being labor market mobility. So how do we increase policies or remove policies that can help workers transition to new AI-driven careers? An example in that bucket could be something like portable benefits that you could take between employers. The other one, and I was talking to William before this because his company is working to do this, is how do we help SMBs start to use AI tools? And the reason that's important is because they employ the most people in the workforce, right? And so if SMBs can't be competitive with the big firms, then they're gonna start to not employ as many people, and that's bad. So we need to help them start to deploy AI and stay competitive with the rest of the sector. I think the third one is investments in STEM education. Like, we cannot get away from that. We need to add AI literacy onto that. And I would echo back to my previous comments, we cannot forget about basic digital literacy, basic digital equity. 20% of Massachusetts households do not have a computer, internet, and skills to access digital tools at home. So that's a problem. While it's great to focus on the AI, on the frontier stuff, we can't forget about that foundational stuff. And then the fourth bucket is stuff that everyone in this room is doing every day. And so I would just say, let's do more of it. And that's increasing the number of pathways in terms of economic opportunity and inclusion. So how do we increase partnerships between companies and community colleges? How do we increase certificate programs? How do we break down barriers so that non-traditional applicants can get into fields, right? I think that stuff is happening. How do we make it work quicker? And then lastly, this is a little off base or off topic, but I'm going to throw it out there because I don't think enough people are talking about it. It's not directly a workforce development ecosystem challenge, but it certainly impacts the workforce very directly. Is when AI opens up all this magical new efficiencies, right? What are we going to do with that slack in the system, right? If all of a sudden we all have more time, or our organizations, our companies have more money, what are we going to do with that slack in the system? I would encourage us to open our eyes and start to plan proactively for that. I think this is a huge opportunity for us to get creative. Let me give you an example. In the healthcare space, nurses and doctors, clinical notes are easier with AI, right? Looking and analyzing imaging quicker with AI. If they have more time in their day, can they spend more time with patients, right? Can they do more proactive preventative care, or do they just see twice as many patients? And I don't think it's an either or. I think it can be both, right? Profits are good. Profits are not evil. But we can also be proactive in saying, actually, we want to improve some of these quality metrics as well. And I think you can look across industries and pick an example of where something could be interesting. Maybe this unlocks the sort of mythical 4-day work week or something. But that's just something I would give folks as food for thought to think about from a societal perspective.
So appreciate those points. Dr. Dean Venke and William, additional thoughts around the policy changes?
Yeah, I definitely have some. I often hear a lot of those same comments. Hey, we need the data literacy and AI and all these different kind of technical skills that is required to kind of forge into this future. I actually kind of think the opposite, because the soft skills, like you mentioned, Liz, I think are actually even more important and more relevant now. Because now, if I'm, say, designing a legal AI system, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm a software developer, I need the expertise of that paralegal, of that lawyer, of that English major, of that sociologist in the development process to refine it and to make it, achieve its goals. So that's just kind of one of the things I like to kind of focus on. One of the great equitable things, actually, you mentioned there's some, equitability of access, but like, when has there ever been a time where there's a technology that someone at Google or someone at Goldman Sachs has the same level of access as a third grader? That's the exact same language model they're using, exact same capabilities. So that's a great equalizer in my book. You also have now the interconnectedness of the internet and everyone playing with these things and everyone developing with them at the same time. To me, that's an advantage for small businesses because they are inherently more nimble, more flexible, more responsive to these type of things. And there's just a tremendous amount of opportunities as a result.
That's great. Clearly, real impact on all types of skills given these trends.
Everyone's got a perspective. Everyone's got something to add.
That's great.
So Tom, just adding to that, we all are human beings first. Then comes machines, technologies, automation. So we need to continue to focus on human-centric skills when we teach students. What are those human-centric skills? Empathy and compassion. They are number one and number one and number one. we live in that society, so we got to teach us and also teach our students how to be empathetic and how to be compassionate in the workplace and in society. That is number one. How to have highest level of integrity, how to have an awareness on ethics, the ethical use of artificial intelligence. It's a technology, it's an algorithm. Combined with the powerful computers, you can do damage to the society. Yes, there are a lot of positive things we can do, but so we have to be very, very careful about the ethical use. And those are critical, and also creative thinking, entrepreneurial thinking. But I go back to number one, how to be more empathetic, how to be more compassionate towards each other. That's something we should not forget when we focus on artificial intelligence. Otherwise, we move towards natural stupidity.
Devek, I really appreciate that. So sticking with you for a minute, could you talk a little bit about some thoughts on how workforce boards, community colleges, other types of organizations can adapt and respond to the different trends we've been talking about?
Thank you. I think the community colleges play a very, very important role in developing that workforce that is needed very much in that AI-driven economy and society we are moving towards. So there are like 5 points I would like to talk about, how community colleges especially can prepare themselves. Number one, in terms of program offerings, what do they offer? Today, time is always a premium for universities, community colleges, all of us put together. So having very short courses, which are no credits or very low on credit, but having very focused, condensed program offerings are very, very important. If you can make them with some credit and make them stackable credits so they can get a degree, that would be extremely helpful, number one. Number two, perhaps a 2 years associate degree on AI-focused curriculum would be very, very helpful. Number two, especially when you focus on AI curriculum, you must have partnerships with the industry. You cannot do this alone. Therefore, having partnerships with Google or Amazon, Microsoft, some top companies, employers, it's very, very important having that partnership with them. So you know what's going on, what they are doing, and you can try to bring them into the classroom. Number three, you have to invest in faculty. Upskilling the faculty, preparing the faculty. Unless you prepare the faculty, you are not going to prepare the next generation of community leaders. They are our students. So you have to invest, there has to be focused effort towards upskilling, reskilling our faculty in that area. Number four, infrastructure. Do you have the computational power to demonstrate some of those technologies applications in the classroom? Infrastructure needs. And the fifth one is something I always keep that towards the last, which is the chronic underfunding of community colleges. It has been happening for a long time. It's time to invest more in community colleges. So those are the 5 things I would like to talk about the community colleges.
That last one was a crowd favorite.
Yeah, Dean Venki, that's terrific. Liz and William, thoughts on some of Dean Venki's comments or other thoughts on this response issue?
Yeah, I don't think anything too new to add to his comments, just to underline the partnerships with community colleges is key. I think just increasing that the time of that feedback loop makes us all more adaptable and responsive to the new jobs that are coming.
I would say the focus should be on use cases. I don't think we need to make everyone a natural language processing scientist who can fine-tune a language model with random forest regressions. Like, I don't need 30 people that can do that. I need people that can give different perspectives. You know, when electricity came out, that in and of itself isn't a use case, the light bulb is. Oil isn't a use case, the automobile is. Now we have AI, so what are the use cases that are valuable for it? And we can look to research that's coming out to say, hey, these industries are more susceptible to disruption. But basically the way you look at it is anything in front of a computer is gonna have some sort of impact thanks to AI and generative AI. So being able to set up programs that help individuals learn kind of like the scaffolding that's needed, how these systems fit together, how they work, what their limitations are. I don't need someone that can inherently, like I said, top layer fine-tune a language model for me, but someone that can offer the perspective of how to use this and build those use cases is a way I think we should be focusing our attention.
That's great. So William, a last question for you, and then we'll turn to the audience. What steps would you suggest folks take or resources folks could draw on to continue learning about AI or some of the other trends we talked about?
Well, sure. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my company and my podcast, How to Talk to AI and SynthMinds AI. Please look us up on LinkedIn. We'd be happy to have you. I think Liz and Dean Venke had some great points regarding no one does this alone, the partnerships. There's something like 4,000 new research papers coming out a month in AI. How do you even parse through that? There's 1,000 new companies formed each week in the AI community, right? There's also a record number of already dissolutions and bankruptcies. So there's this huge kind of boon, and the only way you navigate it is with other people, with partnerships. So rather than necessarily focusing on like, hey, what tool do I need? What technology do I want to invest in? Invariably you have to already embrace that anything you choose is going to be outdated by the time it launches. That's just a reality. We don't follow a 3-month development life cycle anymore because 3 months ago, half the stuff we used didn't exist. So we have to get stuff out there and iterate, kind of build together. So I would say find the first kind of intake vector we see from a lot of big companies in particular is education. They want to try to understand these things, how it applies to their business, their use cases. We offer a bunch of educational services ourselves that we can tailor to companies' use cases, but there's so many tremendous free opportunities out there. But I would say the preponderance of them are either twofold. One, they're very technically focused. I don't think everyone, like I said, needs to understand what a convolutional neural network is. Like, they just need to understand, oh, if I use this, that maybe has the convolutional neural network in it, this is what it can do, this is what it can't do. So I would avoid training unless your use case is AI research. I mean, then probably get that kind of training. But I would avoid training that's tech really heavy and focus more on use cases and applications. And then anything that, kind of is that surface level, hey, this is my top 50 chat GPT hacks, or here, buy my 500 prompts for only $499, or hey, you're gonna be your AI mastery pack for $299.99. Like, no one is a master in this. Like, there's no degrees right now in generative AI. So anyone that calls themselves a master or expert is completely disingenuous. We're all explorers, is really what we are. So if you want to go on an expedition, have that perspective, and that's what I would offer to companies to say what to focus on to get on board. Learn about the stuff first and the limitations, and then begin to figure out your own model for identifying opportunities.
That's great advice. Great advice. Liz and Dean Venke, other thoughts on this one?
From an educator's perspective, we have to cultivate that culture of lifelong learning. Because the society is changing, technology is changing. It's not that you get an associate degree or bachelor's degree or master's degree, you have conquered the world. Like what we just heard, things get obsolete very fast. So we have to, that's what educators, we have to do, and we work very hard towards giving that sense to our current generation of students is your education does not stop the moment you get your degree or diploma. It goes on throughout your entire life, and that applies to us too. And so that is something I would like to add on top of that is things become obsolete by the time they even enter the market, they are obsolete. And so we have to keep learning and keep emphasizing the soft skills.
That's great. Yeah. Good. That's great. Excellent. And that point on lifelong learning, so important, clearly, given the evolutions that are happening and, to William's point, the speed at which they're taking place.
Very much so.
So let's turn to questions from the audience. We have one right in the front.
Hi, my question is like, as y'all are figuring out use cases for AI and figuring out what fields you could really like do the most work in, I know like most people when I'm conversating about like AI with them, they're like, you know, we could use it so that no one has to really like farm anymore or like do these jobs that we don't want. But how do we ensure that like we as a community and society don't lose that knowledge, you know, like as we're like bringing in these new tools to do that work for us? Like, I would hate for a reality where we're having machines, you know, doing all this work for us, and then there comes to a point where those machines, maybe like something happens, we can't use it anymore, and now there's not as many farmers, there's not as many this or that, you know, with people who hold these actual knowledge doing this work and who can like help our society. Like, how do we navigate like this situation with AI?
It's a good question. I mean, so I guess I would propose almost a question back that I think some of the global challenges we have around climate, around food production for the world, we actually need AI to help us solve them. And so while it may be true that AI-empowered, say, robots or tractors are helping us get that farming done at scale, I think what they'll be doing, and please chime in to add on, but I think what they'll be doing is automating, you know, very repetitive, redundant tasks. And I don't think they will replace the deep knowledge that's required, that's been, you know, passed down from generations on how to, you know, create a healthy soil ecosystem or whatever the case may be. I'm not sure if that answers your concern, but I guess that would be my pivot.
I mean, I would say, does expertise ever go out of style? Does creativity ever go out of style? We have a completely democratized, essentially like free music service in Spotify. I can post a song on Spotify. There's still music stars. You know, there's still people that, you know, I'm not a great songwriter, so I'm not gonna have a bunch of streams, but then there's these people that we look to because they're more creative, because they have a voice, because there's something else they can say. And I think that remains consistent. You know, if I go on Midjourney and generate an image, right? Yeah, it's probably good enough, but if I'm a career photographer, I can talk about composition and lighting and channel my expertise into that AI to invariably make a result that's transcendent than the AI could do on its own or the human could do on its own. You know, that's really what we should be thinking about. Where are these opportunities for synthesis where we can offload tasks that are repetitive, but also just inherently we as humans are not great at? Compliance tasks, like where I have a 100-page contract and I have to make sure it complies with a 4,000-page law. Why do we still do that with people? It makes no sense. You know, JP Morgan Chase now has a compliance tool that does this, 360,000 hours of compliance work done in 15 seconds. And shockingly, they found 12,000 errors that humans would normally commit. And that's you know, just an example of like, hey, let's give AI these type of things. Also, like, here now, like humans with this type of expertise, like we couldn't scale that knowledge before. You know, we hear about this all the time in the media where someone's got a sick child, takes them to 10 doctors over 2 years, they can't tell them what's wrong, they put it in ChatGPT, makes a recommendation that no doctor would have caught, and that's what the diagnosis is. That happens every day. There's the Google's Palm 2 AI model, which is a medical model, right? It scores better at diagnosing different ailments and diseases than any expert doctor does, and it's also more empathetic. People like the responses better than a regular doctor. So now when you have these things where you can scale that expertise, right? No longer do I have to find that one perfect doctor or that one great teacher, right? I can have this individualized experience from the collective expertise of these AI tools that I think works as a catalyst to become more creative, to become more productive, gives us these opportunities, like you said. where we've offloaded the tasks, the commodity of execution to the AI. Now I get to just do what humans inherently are a lot better at, critical thinking, use my emotional intelligence to answer that problem. I'll leave with one example of this that I think is actually pretty poignant. The company HelloFresh, meal delivery service, right? They've been using chatbot technology, I think, since like 2017, okay? Only recently have they really integrated a lot of natural language processing technology. But I mean, that's a customer service company inherently. Something's wrong with your order. It's about the experience that customer is going to have with the company to resolve that problem, right? Well, when you have a chatbot, problems get solved faster, at a higher degree of accuracy and customer satisfaction. But what happens as a second order effect of that is you actually have increased job satisfaction by their employees. Their employees reported 25% more job satisfaction, 20% reduction in retention requirements. They didn't need to hire as many people because people were sticking around, because that knowledge friction, having to find the answer to the same thing over and over again, like that's now offloaded to the AI, and they get a better sense of job satisfaction because they used their emotional intelligence and expertise to solve someone's problem, to make someone's day. And that in turn delivers tremendous value.
That's great. We got about 3 minutes left. Navjeet had a question.
I was wondering if our panel had suggestions on how we could make the work of folks in this room a little easier. We essentially, if I cut to the chase, there are two kinds of problems. One, when we work with an employer, we are trying to figure out what kind of training or people are best suited. And when we are looking at the next individual who comes in for training, what's the right path for this person given their background, their interests, and their traumas? And so this is the whole path of predictive analytics, and what are the policies needed or the data needed to make everybody's job easier?
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem AI is perfectly suited for. You could scrape every employer's hiring website, every job requisition that's listed. We could go down and get more and more detailed
We
into
built
that.
this.
Yeah, you probably have a product that you could sell to
Mhm.
folks in the room. So.
Yep. Give us a call.
But to bring it further, you could then integrate that into the state system and into educational systems. I mean, not to say that building that that infrastructure would be simple. It's a lot of data ingestion by a model, but clearly there's.
Given that the Lieutenant Governor is here, maybe we can make some policy recommendations. Data integration.
Good action step, good action step. Okay, I think we got time for one more question. Oh, all the way in the back.
I got the mic.
Oh, she got my over.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
You're right.
Or in the front. Yeah. Sorry.
Hi, I'm H.K. Howard from Perscolas Greater Boston. Hi, Liz. We're a technology skills trainer helping those traditionally underrepresented in tech to launch their tech careers. So really thinking about how to incorporate AI into our training. But my question is more on the employer side of things. Yesterday at the Technology Leadership Summit put on by Sim Boston, they shared an example of an employer that trained their resume review system on their current employees' data, and it started screening out all women in its process. And you could see how that could happen with people of color, people without college degrees. So what protections can we be putting in place with employers to ensure that the people that we're all training are not getting screened out for those jobs that they're qualified for?
Yeah, definitely. I think you have to inherently understand, first off, some of the limitations of something like one of these language models. And I don't think that's broadly understood. It's essentially ChatGPT is solving a math problem. It knows it's read the entirety of the internet. It knows 55,000 words. It goes, given the input, what is the most probable output? It's able to do that through a lot of different ways because it knows how every word, every token, every sentence relates to every other sentence on the internet, which is kind of fascinating. But that bias language models and AI only amplify biases that were already there or issues that already existed. If a workforce was predominantly male in the past and it's trained on those past resumes, inherently it's going to look for male-related, adjectives when you're asking it. So you have to understand that and then work to actually de-bias that, to go, hey, I understand that in your training data is this. I actually need resumes that have these type of skills, these type of individuals that ensures equity. Tell me, AI, how you are evaluating these things equitably. And the way to do that is inherently understanding the limitations first.
Great point to end on. Thank you so much for your great questions, and a big round of applause for our panelists. That was terrific.
And there's some, we put some over here too.
Good afternoon. The stage is going to get set up, and we're going to be introducing the Lieutenant Governor in a minute here, all right? Tell me when. We're ready? Tell me when.
Okay. I'm going to wait till you're done speaking, and then I'm going to hand you the award.
Huh?
Oh, wait. You're just
No,
introducing the
I'm not doing the award.
Yes, I forgot.
I'm just saying, I'm just introducing the Lieutenant Governor. I think people are going to leave. We're ready to go? All right. Can we get everybody's attention, please? If you're going to continue the conversation, you can do it outside. Hello? Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. First of all, I just wanted to say one thing. I look out at the room here today, and I want to thank all of you on behalf of the workers in Massachusetts here. I look at all these career centers, the rapid response team, people who are the lifeline for our members out there and for all the workers out there. I can't thank you enough. When people lose their jobs, you're the people. AI will never take your jobs because you have a heart and a soul, and you take care of our members out there, brothers and sisters. Good afternoon. My name is Bob Bauer. We'll get in this in a minute. I just want to recognize Kathy Manzer here. Kathy was our longtime leader here at the Workforce Solutions Group, a true trailblazer, and the award is named after Kathy. Kathy, you're the best. Thank you for everything. Like I said, my name's Bob Bauer. I oversee the workforce development programs at the Massachusetts AFL-CIO. 2 weeks ago, we elected a new president of the AFL-CIO, Chrissy Lynch, the first woman president of the AFL-CIO. She is a superstar. You're going to be like the rest of the women that are leading this state in Massachusetts. We're so proud of this team here. We represent 500,000 union families in Massachusetts and over 750 affiliate unions, and we are so proud to fully support the Haley Driscoll administration in their outstanding efforts in retaining, restoring, and creating jobs here for our Commonwealth. I am honored to introduce our Lieutenant Governor, Kim Driscoll, who will say a few words and then introduce our first awardee of the day. Some of you may not know that our Lieutenant Governor is a true champion on workforce development issues. As mayor, she was the lead elected official for the North Shore Workforce Board, one of the best boards in the country. So let's give a warm welcome to our friend and our champion, Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Oh, come on. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. I've heard you've had a great morning and the opportunity to have Secretary Jones here, members of the administration. So just thank you all so much to all of the mass hire workforce partners, all the work that you're doing every day, collaborating, cooperating, trying to make communities have vibrant opportunities for all members that are living there. And I know we have some of our shelter providers, our community-based organizations who are working with us on our emergency assistance shelter programs. Thank you so much. That workforce readiness component that we're trying to bring to that program in particular, connecting people to jobs, is obviously so critical. And I'm sure Secretary Jones talked to you about some of the work that's underway. I hope you can see how enthusiastic we are about the matchmaking that all of you do every single day, trying to ensure that across our entire Commonwealth, we have individuals having an opportunity for, leading in a way, leading their household, leading in a way to connect them to educational opportunities, leading in a way that ensures that folks can be reskilled or upskilled to meet what we think is a really far-leaning innovation economy here in Massachusetts. We're dedicated to trying to do everything we can to support and grow the skilled workforce that we need. Some of us, I see JD from the Business Roundtable here. We were in Raleigh, North Carolina just a few days ago looking at some of their mass workforce programs. And, some of the reflections we had are we have all of those components here, right? Rockstar employers who are doing really innovative things, amazing infrastructure on the ground, and how do we amplify that work, whether it's early college or the pathways we're trying to create for young adults. Programs like Mass Reconnect, allowing everyone over the age of 25 to go to community college for free, breaking down those barriers, not just in terms of the tuition, but also all those wraparound services. Many of you run workforce programs. You know, we start with a certain cohort, we end with a different one, and it might be childcare or transportation that somewhere gets in the way. One of the reasons for Mass Reconnect that we focused on age 25 was there are 750,000 residents in Massachusetts over the age of 25 who have some credentialing, meaning they started some college, began, but then life got in the way. Those of you who work in that space know. I remember our own North Shore Community College seeing a real decline in enrollment a few years ago, and they started calling some of the students to ask what happened. And the stories were like, my car broke down, right? Or I couldn't find a babysitter. We're keeping people out of making sure they had the skills to be competing in a Massachusetts economy. We're aware of that, and we're trying to do everything we can to break down those barriers and ensure that people can live in Massachusetts. And speaking of living in Massachusetts, I hope you're paying attention to the housing agenda, because one of the key needs we're hearing, and I know you're hearing it too, in every community we're in, is the high cost of housing. Our out-migration numbers of Massachusetts residents, the highest population that's occurring in, it's not our seniors retiring to Florida. It's folks, although that does sound pretty good, I gotta say. It's folks between the age of 26 and 35. That's our biggest out-migration population. That is not healthy for a state, to have only young individuals and have older and aging individuals without the folks in the middle who are earning some of the keep to help pay for those services that we need on those other ends. It's not good because it also means the workforce and the talent that we know our employers need, our business community needs, is not necessarily going to be available. That's a focus for us when it comes to housing, and we're hearing more from our employers and our businesses. It used to be 2 years ago, if I asked what the biggest need was, we'd hear about workforce, skills, right? The skills gap. We'd hear about taxes. Right now, we hear about housing from our employer community, not having enough of the type of housing that their employees need. And if you think about it, I'm the former mayor of Salem, a gateway city. Anybody who hands you anything over a counter, right? Folks who pour coffee, pour beer for a living. There's a lot of people in Salem this month. We need people pouring coffee and pouring beer for a living. Our care economy, the folks taking care of your kids or helping care for an older adult, they can no longer afford to live in too many of our communities, in too many of the communities that used to be affordable. Salem was the affordable community. Lynn was the affordable community on the North Shore. Pittsfield, Holyoke, our gateway cities. It doesn't matter where we are when the governor are in and across this Commonwealth, even in places where housing may be a little bit more affordable than Boston, it's not more affordable to the people who are living there. So we've got a twofold approach here. One is clearly focusing on housing. We just filed a Affordable Homes Act, a $4 billion, that's billion with a B, investment in housing, particularly housing designed for people who need it at the community level. That's our missing middle, that workforce housing designed to make sure you can age in place with dignity and also be those young adults. It also includes policy shifts like statewide ADU authority, ensuring that we have capacities for communities to raise money so they can grow more affordable housing that meets and designed their community needs. We're working hard to try and address that. We also know the workforce components are real. That Mass Reconnect program, we've seen double-digit increases in folks going to community college. And we're not stopping there. We know we have to have that synergy between young adults who often feel like high school right now is a chore, not an opportunity. Creating space for them to understand what they're learning today in the classroom actually has an impact on what they're going to want to do later as a career, that career connectivity. And creating the ladders so that students know that maybe they don't have to start with a four-year degree. Maybe a pathway for them is a credential, something, a passion they might be following. We know our vocational schools are like oversubscribed, and many of our comprehensive high schools are now picking up speed when it comes to developing those career and tech programs within their buildings, because we're never probably going to be able to serve all the vocational students who want to go there. How do we create that experience in communities across this Commonwealth? Those are the investments that we're making in K through 12, in public higher ed, to try and make sure we have the workforce that we're going to need moving forward. One particular initiative that we're really proud of getting off the ground, and we can't do it without all of you, so you're not off the hook, is our emergency assistance shelter program. Currently, as you may have read in the paper, we've just been inundated with a lot of new arrivals into our country, all of whom have lawful entry in our shelter system. At present, we have 23,000 individuals in shelter across 90 communities. Those are college dorms. We have a dormitory in Salem that is housing families, primarily from Haiti, Venezuela, but really spread throughout the Central American continent. And from our perspective, we know those individuals are eager to work. Every single shelter I've been to, the adults, they are very clear. They want to work, they want a job. They've been granted lawful entry into our country. They've come through a border crossing, anyone who is in our shelter program. And many of them have the ability to work, meaning work authorizations. But it takes months to get those work authorizations approved. It's almost cruel. We let you come through the country, we stamp your passport, but we don't give you a work authorization for several months. And if you fill out one piece of paper wrong, it's going to be several years. So knowing that as much as we're pushing, and I want to say we are pushing very hard with the federal government to ensure that they're processing work authorizations as quickly as we can, we're ramping up to make sure we have strong legal teams, mostly volunteer-driven, who are helping ensure paperwork gets filled out correctly and that you're not missing those important immigration appointments. But folks need a job now. And frankly, we can't continue to grow a program this large in a manner that's going to be safe and responsible. So we need to get folks working, and we're hoping to stand up what we call our own state-owned earn and learn. I'm going to use that term. It's a sort of an end around, quite frankly, because of the federal requirements for work authorization that will enable folks who are in shelter to participate with a business and earn some additional income to help them get out of shelter. If you are in shelter and not working, not having access to any sort of a wage or employment, you're not going to be able to get out of shelter. And for so many of these families who've been in shelter, the average stay now is over a year. it's very traumatic to be in a not-so-great motel with a young family for long periods of time. We know a job is dignity. We know a job is key to economic mobility. We know we have plenty of jobs to fill, and we have a workforce that wants to do that. Many of you are partnering with us on doing triage to understand what those skill sets are. Some of these folks just had some of the most resilient stories. They have walked for months. They have learned a second language on their journey here. They have taken young children. Of the 23,000 folks in shelter, half of those are children, along with them. And I think that speaks to how terrible it is, the circumstances are that they're fleeing, and how much they're willing to risk to give their family a shot at a better life. They are eager to work, and we are trying to put them in positions and give them an opportunity to earn some additional income, and again, with the goal of getting them out of shelter. But we can't do that as a state without partners on the ground, assisting us with the training, matching up with the employers, understanding how we can develop these job training initiatives in a way that, while work authorizations are underway, and frankly, after they come as well, to be working in partnership with employers and all of you. So I want to thank you for those of you who are already working on that program, making sure folks are getting trained up. All the work you're doing with existing residents, from young adults to folks who are just being reskilled. Earlier today, unfortunately, we heard from Liberty Mutual that they were going to be, reducing force for a couple hundred employees. And the first person we thought of was Workforce Board's Secretary Jones, the work we're going to be able to do to find employment for individuals who are losing those employment opportunities. Thankfully, we're in an economy where we know there is ample jobs and opportunities. It doesn't happen, though, unless we have that connector, the scaffolding, the connective tissue to make it happen. And that's what all of you do. So I just want to say thank you for the work that you do every single day. We stand ready to help, and we stand ready to listen. I think those of you on the ground can help assist us to make sure the sorts of programming that we're hoping to put in place is grounded in what's actually going to work for the people that you're communicating with every day, and creating a future for this next generation. The interplay between policy shifts, the investments we're making, the opportunities for housing, childcare. We know there's real issues to contend with, and we're putting our shoulder to the grindstone, making sure we're doing everything we can to support that. So thanks for having me for today and letting me share a little bit of that. And the other reason I'm here is I'm really honored to present the winner of this year's Kathy Meinzer Award to Mary Saris and the Mass Hire North Shore Workforce Board. Mary, if you can come on up. We've got Kathy Meinzer herself here, the award recipient. How amazing is that, with Mary? I know many of you know Mary. She's been a longtime champion of workforce development and participated in developing several new initiatives, including leading the workforce efforts alongside the Career Center and our own shelter at Salem State in connection with the program I just mentioned. She's an early creator of career pathway programs in several sectors and has just been an active participant in systems change through State House advocacy, participating in state workforce investment boards, and certainly at WSG summits. I know Mary because she was obviously the leader of our North Shore WIB. Salem was the home community. We met actually well before that when we were both on a YMCA board, indicative of Mary's deep connections within the community. She's not just somebody on a workforce board, leading, I should say, our regional workforce board. She understands what's happening on the ground from very much a grassroots level. And she has a can-do spirit in everything she does. There's never a way that we're not able to overcome hurdles. She finds ways to get to yes, and does so in a really congenial way. Whatever we've been facing in the North Shore, whether it's a closing of a power plant or needing to hire up for the craziness of Halloween, we always know we can rely on our Workforce Investment Board to be a key partner, vocational schools, employer needs, really grounded in creating vibrant communities. So Mary, congratulations. So pleased to be able to be with you today. Absolutely. Yes, of course.
I've been told I have 2 to 3 minutes, so ready, go. First of all, thank you so much, Kathy and Lieutenant Governor, for being here today. I'm honored to have this award named after you, Kathy, and truly honored, Lieutenant Governor, that you were able to come up today. I will say I've been able to do the job that I've been able to do because I had Kim as the lead elected official who truly understands regional programming, regional leadership, and business-led workforce programs. And that is critical for all of us to be able to do that. So, and Dominic is doing a great job, by the way, so that's good. That's good. First I want to thank every Workforce Board Director and Career Center out there, and I want to share this with you because I know how difficult the job is. And I also want to thank the Mass High and North Shore staff who are here today, Ed, Paul, Katie, and I know I haven't left anybody out, but so grateful for the work that you have done and that you continue to do. So thank you so much, and let's keep working. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tanya Metlock, and I'm the co-chair of the Workforce Solutions Group and the executive vice president at the Massachusetts Business Roundtable. And it's so good to see so many familiar faces in the crowd today. I'm honored today to be here to present the 2023 Employer of the Year Award to Roundtable member organization and an outstanding anchor institution in Western Mass, Berkshire Health Systems. Berkshire Health Systems is the leading provider of comprehensive healthcare services for residents and visitors to Berkshire County. From inpatient surgery and cancer care to provider visits and imaging, Berkshire Health Systems offers a continuum of programs and services that help patients to connect to the care they need no matter where they are located in rural Berkshire County. And on behalf of my colleagues in the Workforce Solutions Group, we're proud to award Berkshire Health Systems for their leadership in supporting their existing workforce and partnering with community-based organizations and the workforce system to create pathways for meaningful careers, for addressing food insecurity issues within their greater community, working to reopen the North Adams Regional Hospital, and their partnership with Mass Hire, MCLA, and Berkshire Community College to address healthcare workforce challenges in the region. Berkshire Health Systems is an example of what businesses can and should do in their community, and their priorities align with the Workforce Solutions Group mission. We're honored to recognize Berkshire Health Systems today with the 2023 Employer of the Year Award, and I want to welcome Patrick, who is Vice President of Human Resources, to accept the award on the organization's behalf.
Thanks very much. So I have 25 minutes, is that? I'm an HR guy from New York, and so I'm fairly new to Massachusetts. I want to describe very briefly the centerpiece of our program is our Talent Pathways. We provide full-time pay and benefits for learners to work on a very part-time basis, as little as 8 hours a week, while they're being educated. We cover the cost of the education, too. Thank you. We've been able to target these programs, and we have a far greater representation of underrepresented groups than we do in the population at large, and far, far greater than we do in technical and professional jobs in the system right now. So we believe we're making progress, and at this point, we've been at this since late 2020. We have about 214 people who are now employed in those jobs with us, which is about 5% of our workforce. And so as we had that success, I'm humbled by learning how much I don't know about this. There's new things, new hurdles to clear every day, and this is my first time at this group. I am impressed by the passion that you all have for these type of programs. I'm very impressed by the thoughtful and strategic approach this administration is taking. It's very, very encouraging. So thank you very much. Go that way.
So how about another big round of applause for our special guest, special presenter, Lieutenant Governor Driscoll, and of course our awardees. We're just going to take a quick photo of the E-team and the awardees. Mary, if you could join us. And then we'll get back to our final panels. And we do have one more award to present, which we will do later.
That's why I've got to tell you this. Listen here. I've heard sometimes there's gonna be a hurricane. Big heavy winds and lots of rain. It's gonna carry on, and that's why I'm hoping that it's not gonna take too long. Cause I'm gonna ride that wind back home to my sugar and spice. Right to the right. Say yeah, yeah. Never had a feeling so nice. No, girl. I wanna tell the world about me and me, girl. Sweeter than sweet. That's how I feel. I said, hey, hey, hey. Never had a feeling so real. No, girl. I wanna tell the world about me and me, girl. I never knew I could feel like I do. I'm in heaven, you see. If you need me, you know where I'm gonna be. And every day I thank my lucky stars and all heaven above. I'm at last and forever in love. She's my girl. She's mine, oh mine. Gotta tell the world I found her. I'm gonna take my time. I found the girl. And let everybody know. Gotta tell the world I found her. I mean, tell the world I found me a girl. Said she's mine, oh mine. Gotta tell the world I found her. I've gotta take my time. I found the girl. Let everybody know. Gotta tell the world I found her. Said I'm gonna tell the world I found me a girl. Sugar and spice. Right in the right. Say yeah, yeah. Never had a feeling so nice. No, girl. I wanna tell the world about me, girl. Sweeter than sweet.
We're going to try to reconvene, so if you could find your seats and come back in from outside, we're going to try to reconvene. Shh. Shh. That's the west wind. Shh. Thanks, everybody, and let's give it up again for the award winners. And let's give it up again for Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll and the Keeley Driscoll administration. So I'm Lou Finfer with Massachusetts Action for Justice. We're one of the founding members of the Workforce Solutions Group. Could you turn, if you have your booklet, turn to page 21, please, of your booklet. And on page 21, you'll see the organizations, the different community, labor, business, and social service groups that are the board of the Workforce Solutions Group that organized today's conference, and our staff people, Tim Sullivan and Lauren Ogoy. So just wanted to point that out. And we're going to keep moving with this great informative session. I know it's a good session when I write down all the things, ideas I get and have to follow up with. So I got a long list here. So without further ado, I want to introduce Raya Vaisian, who's with the Mass Workforce Board Alliance, if I'm getting it right. She's the director, and she's going to lead the next panel on collaborations and partnerships across new funding opportunities. So let me introduce Raya to come up here to start that panel. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and we'll do it again next year, and we'll do it in between this year. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much. It is my pleasure to introduce this coming panel. My name is Raya Vaisian, and I'm the Executive Director of the Massachusetts Workforce Association. We lead, advocate, and convene on behalf of the state's public workforce system. We have many members in the House from the Mass Hire system today that we're happy to see here. This panel, Making New Friends, Increasing Collaboration and Partnerships to Access New Funding Opportunities, will be moderated by Tracy Whitfield, Executive Director for the Coalition for an Equitable Economy and also Springfield City Councilor. And Tracy will be joined by Patrick Mortier, State Strategies Policy Analyst for the National Skills Coalition, Josh Eichen from Mass Tech Collaborative's Mass Broadband Institute, Program Manager for Partnerships, and Jennifer Applebaum, Managing Director for Workforce Development at the Massachusetts Clean Energy Center. Dave Kaufman, unfortunately, couldn't make it today. He sends his regrets. So without further ado, your panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me? I gotta take this off. Okay. What an incredible time to be in workforce development. Don't you all think so? All right, yes, round of applause for that. I'm sure you, like me, are almost overwhelmed by hearing about the new federal and state investments that include funding for workforce development and training. And there are a lot of acronyms out here like CHIPS, IRA, IIJA, and all types of other acronyms that I had to look up. The agencies managing this funding, like the Federal Department of Commerce, Department of Energy, Department of Transportation, also say that they want to prioritize these resources for communities of color, environmental justice communities, and urban and rural communities. So how can we all work effectively with these new agencies who might not be familiar with the workforce system? How do we make sure that this funding reach the communities that it should? We're gonna start with those questions with Patrick. Can you give us an overview of the national funding landscape and where states are in response to it? That's question one, okay? And then what promising practices does the National Skills Coalition think states like Massachusetts can implement to be ready to take advantage of these new resources?
Sure thing. Okay, so that is a lot.
I can repeat the second one.
No, I got it. I don't remember. So I'll give like a big picture overview real quick. So the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or bipartisan infrastructure law, as some call it, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the CHIPS and Science Act. These are massive pieces of legislation. They're landmark pieces of legislation that are going to invest trillions of dollars into states and territories and the District of Columbia's economies over not just the next 5 years, but 10 years and beyond. The money is going to go towards building roads, highways, bridges, as well as solar panel fields, wind farms, chips, and manufacturing of microprocessors. But we're also hoping that we can secure a lot of this funding to go towards workforce development opportunities, education, training, pre-apprenticeships, apprenticeships. Basically, National Skills Coalition, our goal, and I'm sure all of your else's goal, is to create a multi-generational, diverse workforce for the future of infrastructure and clean jobs. And it's imperative, too. I think Ali, one of the youth panelists earlier, mentioned that in his experience with plumbing, the majority of the workers there are older, white, and male. And that is true, not just in plumbing, but across all of the infrastructure industries. So it's imperative that states are making deliberate approaches and outreaches to a different community of people, especially when you consider that by 2031, which is not too far off from now, majority of the working labor force in America is going to be people of color. So it's important that we're reaching out to women, people of color, to diversify these industries, infrastructure industries. So where is Massachusetts right now? They've received, I have some stats here, I'm calling some mass stats, $4.2 billion in funding so far from the infrastructure bill. And of that, about 80% of the funding that's going to come into Massachusetts is going to be formula funding. So that money is already decided. We know it's coming down, and where's it coming from? A lot of it, bulk of it, is coming from the Department of Transportation. Some of it from energy, but most of it from transportation. So in short, those are going to be the key players, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and then the key agency leads at MassDOT. From there, what National Skills Coalition did is we put together a report, a state playbook, a policy playbook that includes not just legislative levers, but systems changes that we can do to make sure that we're reaping the benefits of this legislation and investing it in the workforce. So let's zoom in a little bit. There is the FAST Act, which is the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act, and within that is Section 504E. So before the infrastructure bill was passed, and I'm getting very technical with the jargon here, but I'll keep it high level. Before the infrastructure bill was passed, only about 1/2% of that funding could be spent on workforce development activities. The infrastructure bill kicked that door down and said that you could essentially spend 100% of that money on workforce development funding, and it expanded the definition for what that money could be spent on. So we're talking about pre-apprenticeship programs, apprenticeship programs, workforce training, education, but also supportive services. And we heard a lot about that earlier: childcare, transportation, PPE and tools for those programs so that people have the tools that they can use to learn and work in the skills trades. So that's $241 billion nationally under the infrastructure law that's going to be spent over the next 5 years. Massachusetts is going to get about $750 million of that per year between now and 2026. So money has already come out in 2022 and 2023, but it's not flowing out just yet. It's not delineated out just yet. So there still is time. Time is of the essence, but there still is time to redirect that funding towards workforce development strategies and opportunities. So that, I think it's somewhere around $2.6 billion between now and 2026 that we could be securing for these programs. So what have we seen from other states? Oregon is a good example. There's Oregon and Idaho, but Oregon is a good example where before the infrastructure bill even changed that 0.5%, they legislatively mandated that that money from the feds goes toward apprenticeships and supportive services for apprenticeships. And what they saw over those 4 or 5 years after that was done, these millions of dollars in this case that they put toward those programs, was an increase in the completion rates for those apprenticeships. I think it was 37% among white males and 21% among people of color and women. So a huge increase in the apprenticeship completion rates and introducing those folks into those new jobs. Idaho is doing something similar where they're also putting that money toward putting that 504E money towards workforce development, and other states are also leveraging the feds to put that money toward workforce development funding. So in short, 504E, it's going to be a huge funding mechanism for these workforce transformations. There's a lot more of it in my playbook. It's a 40-page playbook. I'm sorry I had to write it so long, but there's a lot of good information in there and some other opportunities. And then I'll wrap it up by saying, what can Massachusetts do right now? So, and we'll talk about this more because this whole thing is about bringing different partners to the table, right? The Department of Transportation, MassDOT, is who predominantly folks in the room are going to start working with over the next couple of years. So it's building those new connections with folks from MassDOT. It's building connections with folks from the Department of Energy, from Commerce, from Labor, and bringing those folks to the table. The other thing that we're talking about is our transportation human state capital plans. And we talked about this a little bit, but the feds are dragging their feet on federal guidance for that. That was due back in April, and that guidance hasn't come out yet. So states still have a lot of time to put together these plans, and what we're hoping for is that we build robust state plans in Massachusetts around making sure that we're being deliberate about our outreach, making sure that we're bringing women and people of color into these fields, because it's imperative. It's the only way to sustain this for generations to come. Non-traditionally, women aren't necessarily in the construction fields, but there is interest for women in the construction fields. They just face historically discrimination and racism that we still see to this day, this occupational segregation. So what we need is to make sure that there's support and that there's linguistically and culturally supportive people within those pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs so that when they go and complete these programs and they get into the job that they want, they actually enjoy it and they're not leaving the labor field 3 or 4 years later because of the discrimination they're facing. So that's a lot of information I just threw at you. I'm sorry. But yeah, I will end it there.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. Make sure you guys invest in that 40-page playbook because you're not going to get it all from right here. So make sure we get that playbook from Patrick. Thank you for that overview. So the next questions are for Jennifer and Josh. You guys can pick what order you want to answer them. What are you observing from your roles at the state level actually trying to get these dollars out the door? What are the biggest challenges and the bright spots you see that Mass is being able to effectively distribute the resources? And from my perspective, we should focus on simplifying the process and making sure that there's equitable distribution of the resources and also making sure that we bring in new organizations. But that's my perspective. We want to hear yours.
Do you want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first. I have to apologize. I have laryngitis, so if you can't hear me, just start to wave and I will try harder. So a couple of things to note is that especially while there is this expanded opportunity to use a lot of this funding for workforce development, sometimes it's hard to root out where that funding is. While like the Department of Energy is putting out certain funding that is formula funded for states focused on training grants, like the Energy Efficiency Contractor Training Grant, there's also really a lot of opportunity to embed workforce in grants and opportunities that may sound like they are strictly just about the technology. So a good contrast there is Massachusetts just submitted their Solar for All proposal, which is a $250 million proposal to help expand the use of solar in the state. And there's a $10 million workforce earmark in there for workforce programs. So it's hard because there's a lot of moving pieces. And I would say what we're seeing at the federal level is some good initial recognition that they need to get more of the right players in the room. So a lot of times I'll hop on a call with Department of Energy and they'll have people from Department of Labor there. And so that's creating, I think, stronger practices at the outset, but then there's still a little bit of slippery slopes. So you'll have Department of Labor folks talking about the importance of support services, but then that may not be clarified in the RFP as it was released by the Department of Energy. So all this is to say that whole of government is really can get the job done, but it requires patience. I think we see a similar trend here at the state and local level where there are more players in the room together and we're having conversations in places that we hadn't in the past. So at the Massachusetts Clean Energy Center, we are connecting much more with the Executive Office of Labor and Workforce Development and the Department of Economic Development than in the past, but it still takes time to forge those connections. And then I would say at the local level, there's an even greater need to try and figure out how this sits regionally. Because one of the challenges of some of this opportunity is really how well it can sit within all of the existing work that you all have already built up. So if we look at each of these grants as just a new discrete opportunity to bring dollars in without really examining how do those dollars serve us best based on what we already do? How do we lean on our strong existing partnerships with organized labor, our already existing desire to build up more apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs, our programs like the Career Technical Initiative that are helping our vocational schools expand access. We have to look at how this new money sits alongside the work you all are already doing. And we really need your partnership in this. I believe the original title for this was Making New Friends, which maybe makes this sound a little less scary than all the acronym soup that we have. But it really is that. We need to sit in the room with all of you more. I'm personally offering myself up for that if you're willing to take me. I'm also not contagious, just so you know. Because we need to sit down and say, how can this transform what can happen in your region? What are you already doing? And also, how can it help in some of the places where maybe it isn't just another new training program. Maybe it's that the training program you already have can't get participants because there isn't enough support service for transportation. And this funding could solve that problem rather than push in another program that will compete and struggle to get more participants that also can't access it. So I would say really patience, talking to us and figuring out how we embed the solutions within the already strong work are the three pieces that we're going to need to get the most out of this.
Awesome. Did you need me to repeat the question?
No, I think I got it.
All right.
Thank you. First, I just want to say it's so great to be here, and I want to just congratulate Mary Sayers again. I got the pleasure of working with Mary in my previous role at the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, so congratulations, Mary. So my background is an urban planner, and I participated in many of the regional blueprint planning processes that happened back in the pre-COVID days, and now I'm with the state broadband office, and so it's really exciting to be back in this space and to re-engage on this issue because it's super timely. Let me start by saying a little bit about the work that MBI does, in case you're not familiar. So we are the state central broadband office, and our mission is to close the digital divide in Massachusetts. We're doing that in a number of different ways. We are working on connected, unconnected households. We are working on increasing broadband affordability and adoption. And we are also making a hard effort on ensuring that all individuals and households have the digital literacy and skills and devices that they need in order to get online and access the different internet technologies, training programs, AI we heard about in the last panel, that they need in order to participate in the economy, society, and democracy. Our work, I think, it intersects in the workforce world in so many different places. And I'll give a couple of different examples. So we have two infrastructure programs that we are actively participating in right now. Our first is our GAP Networks program, where we are running wires to households that do not have the internet, that last 2% of households in the state. That is a construction opportunity. We need construction or fiber contractors to be able to run those cables into those buildings. We need low voltage cabling contractors to be able to wire up those buildings. And then we need all the folks in the back end at the internet service providers and managed service providers who are going to be operating the technologies. We are also have a program called our Apartment Wi-Fi Initiative, where we are making investments in public housing and affordable housing across the state to ensure that all residents in those buildings have free, no barrier access to the internet. And if you'd like to learn more about how to get involved in that program, come find me later. But that requires a similar set of investments and a similar set of contractors that are going to be going into those buildings, again, running the cabling in, running the wiring throughout the buildings, taking out the old conduit, installing access points, and then operating those systems. Right now, our sort of goal is just to move the money. We are on a deadline because much of this, runs out at the end of 2026 under the ARPA funds. So we need to move it out, and we need to move it quickly. But we also are looking at this as a workforce opportunity, because every dollar that we drive into this space is inducing demand. The other thing I'll say about this too, one of the things that we're trying to grapple with at MBI is that the network of contractors and private actors that are going to work in our universe are regional. So they are Northeast regional. They're serving, the same folks that we're calling up are serving Rhode Island and Vermont and Pennsylvania and New York. There is a regional labor demand that is about to sort of get supercharged with the amount of funding that's coming in through the funding sources that we're dealing with. Not quite the scale of the transportation investments, but $45 billion total nationally. Massachusetts is going to see upwards of, I think, $250, $300 million on the infrastructure side of things. So we really need to think about how we're engaging private sector partners that are working regionally with the local constituents in Massachusetts that are thinking about workforce initiatives to make sure that Massachusetts residents are not missing out on these really important opportunities. Because while we're driving money into these opportunities today, these are careers that are going to last, because the internet is not going away. People are going to need people to do fiber contracting, wiring, and then operating networks, for the foreseeable future. On the other side of things, I think to your point about equitable investments, I mentioned, one of our initiatives that really targets that is the Public Housing and Affordable Housing Initiative, but we're also going really hard on digital literacy. And I was really appreciative of hearing the folks in the AI panel talk about the importance of sort of baseline digital skills. We're making significant investments with partners like Tech Goes Home, and cyber seniors, and the Western Mass Alliance for Digital Equity, my friend Frank Robinson, who I'm sure you know if you live in Springfield,
very well.
who are all working on those initiatives to make sure that we are building from the ground up, and that those folks who are not able to access the internet because they don't have the skills or they don't have the devices have that opportunity. So I guess, you know, from our perspective, the things that we're moving ourselves towards and would love to work with this community on is really engaging on the private sector, getting those private sector stakeholders engaged and involved and kind of bringing them in and making the connection with your all's great work so that we can make sure that when we are driving those dollars in, there is a preset set of workforce actors that can train folks for these careers that we're going to be moving into.
That is great, Josh. And with my city council hat, we will help you spend those MBI
Let's
funds,
talk.
okay?
Let's talk.
So now with my coalition hat on, and when I worked at Training and Workforce Options 2, which was a collaborative of Springfield Technical Community College and Holyoke Community College, we realized we were more effective working together than competing against each other. Who do you all think are the intermediaries who can help build partnerships that are necessary? And do you think, in your opinions, that they're at capacity?
That's a great question.
Anyone?
Yeah. I think it's a really great question. I think everyone is at capacity. I think, you know, across the board, because like, while, you know, digital equity and broadband is like the most important thing in the world from my perspective, solar is the most, probably Jennifer would say solar or other wind and other stuff. And we got the whole transportation folks. So we're all out there, and it's just pedal to the metal right now. And so I think champions in my world come in all sorts of sort of different shapes and from different places. So I think in some places we've got really amazing like healthcare champions who are like out in front of this because they see a direct connection between healthcare and broadband access, and they're the ones who can really convene. In other parts of the state, we've got academic institutions. We have an amazing partnership with UMass Lowell, who is really out in front of this. In other parts of the state, it's the public sector, it's regional planning agencies or municipalities. So we're not particular, and I would encourage folks, you know, if you're not thinking about this issue, the broadband digital equity issue right now, please do think about it. And if you don't have a champion that's in your network, in your region, come and talk to me, and let's think about ways that we can build that capacity so that there are folks who are really engaged on this.
Thank you.
Can I add to that? Sure. So I would echo a lot of what Josh just shared. Also, I'd say that one thing that we've certainly observed, to your point of like, are they at capacity? And everybody is, right? And so one thing that's a big cornerstone of what we offer at the Massachusetts Clean Energy Center is capacity and planning funding to make sure that organizations that are well positioned to take up some of this work because they understand the community needs can get that staff member in advance. So they don't sort of have to take the risk of trying to build a program all at once without some incremental staffing up. Because I think we've all felt that burden of, you know, it's wonderful that there's been great additional funds flowing, but it's really hard to go from 0 to 60. It's really hard to get that work executed effectively if you can't add the staff that you need incrementally. So at MassCC, we have equity workforce funding that's $12 million annually, and a big part of what we're doing is seeding planning and capacity funding to help organizations, and many of whom can be those intermediaries. And similar to what Josh said, like, we don't have to be picky about who they are. I think we need to look at what that term means differently than we used to. So a lot of the funding that's part of the IRA or the BIL is subject to the Federal Justice 40 initiative to ensure that 40% of the funds flow to disadvantaged communities. But that's one thing to put on a press release or an RFP. It's another thing when the rubber meets the road of that. And what that means is that to really get at those communities, we have to consider different partners who actually are of the community and may need substantial resources to participate in this effort. And it also means we need to go from, you know, what's sort of minimally required in a lot of these grants, which are community benefits plans. A plan is nice, but what's better than a plan is a community benefits agreement, which actually means that people have come to the table in a way that has some accountability. And I think community-based organizations, industry associations, the public workforce system, our higher ed, are all in different places positioned to be that right linchpin partner to speak about the needs of their community and to come together and get that intermediary role done. And we need to step up and continue to provide funding for that work in recognition that it comes first, that you can't just go. You have to get what you need to scale up to the activities.
Thank you. Did you want to answer, Patrick?
As a policy and research person, I don't have as much institutional knowledge on the ground. I would just echo exactly what both of them have said. I mean, investing in technical assistance, industry partnerships to make sure that there's cohesive collaboration, I think is really important. And then, yeah, digital skills. 92% of job openings today, even entry-level ones, require some sort of digital skill. So making sure that we're scaling up that knowledge and getting people upskilled, reskilled, and back into the workforce is really key. Yeah.
Yeah, what you all said is really important. We're getting rid of that box. We're going to build intermediaries that we never thought about before in collaborations, and then we're going to go to the Mass Clean Energy and get that funding to build the capacity. So make sure you are taking notes so you can go to these folks and get what you need to build these collaborations, because it is very important to do so. All right, so my final question to the panelists is, and we're going to probably start with you, Patrick, since you had the less to say. Okay. In a year or two, what is one thing you hope to see happening that would mean we're making progress and moving in a positive direction, meeting the intention of these new funding streams?
So, probably not happening right now, but I'm sure elsewhere in the state, there's a room full of people who are focusing on transportation. There's a room full of people who are focusing on energy. And I think the goal within a year is to get all of you together to start working towards this common goal. The funds are
broadband too.
Broadband too. which well, yeah, it comes under the infrastructure bill. The Digital Equity Act comes under the infrastructure bill. So that there are billions of dollars in funding, and making sure that all of these broadband partners, every single partner is coming together, because Department of Transportation, Department of Energy, they're not thinking about labor right now. They're thinking about these bridges and roads and wind farms. They're not thinking about who's actually going to get it done. So bringing these partners together and educating them about the importance of upscaling, or of building up this workforce and building up this multi-generational workforce. This isn't just a 5 or 10 year thing. This is going to take decades to build and sustain. So I'd like to see some outreach and communication and some partnerships being built, some collaboration. And then, again, with an emphasis on diversity and quality jobs, making sure that you are diversifying this workforce, because that's what's imperative across broadband, across solar and wind, across building these roads and bridges and building these structures and housing, is that you're going to need to reach out to people that hadn't traditionally been reached out to before. And then also, what did I say? Quality jobs. Yeah, making sure that these jobs are quality careers, that people can build a livelihood out of this, that there's prevailing wages. So I'd like to see that, and that can all be incorporated into, like I said, this transportation human capital state plan. That, again, federal government is still dragging their feet on providing guidance, so you have some time, you have some extra time. They didn't do their homework, and they're catching up now. So there's plenty of time to develop that and incorporate that into those plans to make sure that they're robust and make sure that you're bringing local partners and you're bringing stakeholders to the table, not just for the planning part of things, but for the implementation process as well, right? It's one thing to bring people to the table to plan something. It's another to make sure that those people are still at the table as that funding is being poured out, so that you have accountability to your state government and to these officials when things are being implemented, and they can provide that output and that feedback. So,
thank you. Josh or Jennifer, either one.
Sure, I'm happy to go next. So I would say the thing that I look forward to is really being able for us to look at this funding and understand not only how it moves the needle on projects and communities, but to the extent to which local communities provide the labor for those projects. And that is something that the track record is not great on, just to be honest, right? And it's also a tension that continues to be explored, and especially, sometimes the question is, well, to get this project done, can we bring people in from other states? And you can, but if we want it to mean the most for our state, for our community, we need to look at what it takes to preserve the local workforce and to connect them in ways that they haven't been before. And to me, to move the needle on that really needs to also change the dialogue on support services. So we're talking about it being important, but oftentimes it's a pretty narrow slice of services, and also who we consider eligible might be too narrow. So we need to rethink those categories of need to right size to what it actually is the reality to be a Massachusetts citizen, what it means to have a job that is not helping your family move forward, but also one that might put you above the threshold of certain eligibility for support service or public assistance. The nice thing is this influx of funding and the flexibility of braiding a lot of it can create that context. So I would say, I just wanted to say, I do think that the National Skills Coalition Playbook is a great thing to read. And Patrick apologized for it being 40 pages.
There's a lot of pictures too, so
But,
it's fine.
well, I'm about to apologize big time because our Massachusetts Clean Energy Workforce Needs Assessment is 130 pages.
Oh, wow.
We know you're not going to read all of that, but at the back end of it, we have regional chapters that take a look at how climate policy can translate into economic opportunity by your region. And if you don't read any of it, I would suggest you flip to that part to look at how this work really can lead to new jobs in your community and to have a conversation about how we can help you with it. It's on the scale of close to 40,000 new jobs by the end of the decade. So there's a real opportunity to look at what that means for each of your regions.
Thank you. Josh?
Awesome. Wow, those are great responses. I love this question because this is the part where I get to ask for help from you all. So I think, things that I think I would love to work with the workforce community on over the next coming years, and partners in state government and policymakers. So the first thing that I'll just put on everyone's radar, I think raise your hand if you work for a workforce investment board and you're in the room right now. All right, so there's a bunch of folks. So we are really pushing to integrate YouthWorks funding with digital equity initiatives by braiding YouthWorks funding to train young people to be digital navigators. We had a pilot project with the Metro North Workforce Board. It was very successful. We trained, I think, 5 or 6 young people aged 17 to 25 as digital navigators that sat in libraries and in town halls and in schools to help residents with their laptop troubleshooting, getting online, et cetera. That's money that's on the table right now, pinned for workforce stuff. We would love to see that activated in a more meaningful way, and then we'd love to continue working with those folks to get those individuals into long-term careers that are in places like healthcare, where they're doing lots of telehealth resource navigation. That is a career field that is going to continue to grow as the healthcare industry continues to push telemedicine. Other things that I think we'd love to see, I think Jennifer said a lot of amazing things. I would echo her, is being able to think about the cross-collaboration between all of these different funding streams. To get this right, we do need to integrate the energy infrastructure investments with the transport. All of our stuff runs on the same conduit. The conduit that the fiber is going in is the conduit that the electrical wire is going in, and it's going under the roads or through the bridges that are going to be, developed and revised under the larger transportation planning. So being able to map that out, make sure we're not missing opportunities to collaborate is going to be really important. The other thing from a workforce standpoint that we have really been thinking about is the life cycle of our grant operations. So, the first kind of iteration of this, I mentioned, we're going really hard on the infrastructure side of things. We got to run the cabling, we got to run the wires. Then we're going to switch to like an operations life cycle where we need to manage the networks and we need to maintain them and we need to repair them. And then we're going to move into like a third phase of like long-term operation, which is more software, back-end, IT technology. So really being able to, again, think through those different phases of our grant program operation life cycle with you all collaboratively, collectively, so that we've got a dynamic and flexible training pathway system set up that's going to be driving into these jobs and careers. And I know like the broadband space is like the smallest space on the stage, in between the money that's coming in the energy and the transportation sector, but it's all really important. And there's, and the Lieutenant Governor was up talking about housing earlier. The money is coming from every which way, and I feel like if we can create some sort of unified process here that's responsive, I think then we'll be in good shape.
Thanks, Josh. I've heard collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. I've heard we need diverse perspectives from different people. I've heard let's keep our jobs local. Like we need to keep our funds right in-house And I've heard there's a lot of funds to be spent, so let's get to applying for them. But I haven't heard from any of you. Is there anyone that have a question that they want to ask the panel? We have mics if you raise your hand. Oh, we got one right here. Ann from Springfield. Oh.
I would have been the only one.
Okay.
So I'm
Well, it's
clapping
two of us
anyways.
clapping now.
Now there's two of us. Thanks. So Ann Candelas with the Western Mass Economic Development Council and Springfield Works. One of the things we've been wrestling with is sort of the timing. So we have, the state has what, a 3.5% unemployment rate. It's higher in the gateway cities for sure, like Springfield, Holyoke, and others. But what was interesting was, so when we looked at some of the workforce development money, it was available now, but the work isn't. And so the folks who are in training are really wanting a job when they graduate, or when they get a certificate, and so how maybe you can help us sort of think about what that looks like. Are we really in planning, and then how do we identify sort of what the employment really looks like and when it really gets implemented? Because workers can't sit here for 3 years and not work. So we had that issue with a $1.2 million grant that we didn't go for because of sort of that timing issue. So I was just curious to see how you think about that. Thanks.
Thanks, Ann. Josh?
Sure. I mean, so I just on our side, so we are in implementation mode now. So we are, as I said, we're running wires, we're retrofitting buildings. That is happening right now. And I think again, the biggest piece is just, and to work with you all, bringing the private sector in, like letting them know the money is coming, it's going to flow, get ready, because the grant, the RFPs are out, they're on the street right now, and starting to collaborate and think about what that's going to mean for long-term demand. I can say what I've heard from some of our network vendors for the affordable housing program is that for each and every, affordable housing building that we retrofit, that creates one new full-time job under their portfolio, at least to manage the system from a network operations perspective. Forget about the cabling. So that it is real and it is happening right now.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I'm going to answer that as well. So timing is certainly an issue. I think where we see it, one of the biggest challenges in clean energy is certainly around offshore wind, which has had a lot of starts and stops. One of the things that we've encouraged the grantees that we're working with to do is to look flexibly at how occupations and skill programs can apply across multiple industries. And we've allowed for that flexibility with some of our grantees to make sure that they don't have to pinpoint it down to just one particular occupation or industry, but they can look at the broader needs. The other thing I would say is where we hear the demand is present and pressing for decarbonization work is really in the residential area. Many of the folks that are doing work in the residential area say that they're turning away work left and right. The problem is that they don't often make it into, say, conversations with the Mass Hire System or community colleges because these are small businesses. 60% of clean energy businesses in the state have under 10 workers. They probably do not have an even dedicated HR person, much less somebody who's focused on partnerships with the workforce system. To that end, we're trying to bridge that gap as well. So we have funding out that supports local small businesses, specifically minority and women-led business enterprises, to help them interact. And that's where I say we're willing to look at how we lean into what's the intermediary step. So if you can't get enough employers together to really make it feel viable to go for the full implementation plan, it may be that your area needs some funding to do outreach to those smaller businesses, and we need to help pay for that first so that you can get that slate of employer partners, because they are out there. We know they're there, that we talk to them all the time, but we're also trying to educate them on who you all are, and they don't know for the most part. So we need that intermediary step. So if you feel like you've looked at it and it felt like the jobs weren't there, I'd say what you need is some dedicated funding to do deep outreach into the community of small businesses, and we're happy to provide that as the first step.
Wow, small businesses, right up my alley from the Coalition of an Equitable Economy perspective. That's all we work with is small businesses, so we have to talk after this, Jennifer. A lot of connections in here. Do we have time for one more? Nope, no more time, sorry. Great question, Ann, thank you. So we just want to give our panelists a round of applause. I think they've been wonderful. Thank you for the thoughtful conversation. Make sure you get their contact information and make these connections. Build some partnerships and collaborations. You have a lot right in this room. And we hope next year at the summit, you'll have some good stories on how this funding has been spent. Thank you and have a great afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Mary Beth Campbell, CEO of Worcester Community Action Council, and proud member of the Workforce Solutions Group, E-Team. I hope everyone's had a great morning and afternoon so far. We're coming into the final stretch. I have the distinct honor and privilege to announce our Youth Rising Workforce Youth Awardee today. And I just want to say a quick shout out to, I don't know if Mary Saris is still in the room, but I want to say congrats to Mary for a well-deserved award. She's been an incredible leader in workforce development. And I know in my years in working with Mary, I might have drove her a little crazy. So I just want to say thank you for your partnership in leadership and showing me the way. I promise I'm smarter now than I was then. But I have this great honor of announcing our Rising Workforce Leader Award, Kimora Scott, who's here with us, who is a proud resident of my hometown, the heart of the Commonwealth, Worcester, Massachusetts, the woo! And Kimora was a participant of our YouthWorks program through Mass Hire and my team, Worcester Community Action Council, which is represented over here. And Jordan, I don't know if you got that notice about navigators and digital equity, but we're going to be working on some of that stuff, who does our curriculum. So very excited. But Kimora, I think, is a great extension of our morning panel with our youth, who I thought were awesome this morning. And Kimora actually is friends with Pius, so it's a great connection and thread into the afternoon. But Kimora was actually part of the Youth Grow initiative with the Regional Environmental Council, and right before she graduated from North High in Worcester, was a YouthWorks intern at Central Mass Planning, Regional Planning Commission. And the important thing that I think is the thread and connection between this morning's conversation and why Kimora was nominated by my team at WCAC and the awardee today is she actually has exhibited also, like her peers this morning, how to actually implement empathy, insight, perceptiveness, and persistence. And one of the reasons she was awarded is not only she's just awesome and she's from Worcester, but also she was able to, in a very short period of time, make a case of why adding a bus line to her high school was critical to her peers. And it's not that easy to add a bus line anywhere, especially in Worcester. And I actually, my wife happens to work for the Worcester Public Schools buses, and I can tell you how difficult it is to get buses in and around the city, but Kimora actually worked with her team and her peers to add a Worcester bus line to make it easier for her peers and her students to get to school, because usually the marker is if you live outside 1 mile, you have to walk to school. And at North High, you are surrounded by the hills of Worcester. And when it's snowing, raining, otherwise, it's the last thing you want to be doing is walking and hoofing it to school. But Kimora was very insightful and persistent and very quickly was able to add this line and has carried policy forward. So get in line, employers, because she is your future employee. Get in line behind CMRPC because I think that they're about to hire her. She's a student at Quincy and a great asset to our community and to everything we do. So congratulations, Kimora. We're so happy that you're here. Oh, exit this way.
That was awesome. Good afternoon, everybody. I know, thank you. I know it's been a full day of a lot of really exciting conversations, and this next one is no different. We're closing out the day strong. By the way, my name is Caitlin Bean. I am the Deputy Director of SkillWorks, which is a workforce development funder collaborative housed at the Boston Foundation. And we are a proud member and supporter of the Workforce Solutions Group E-Team. And I am thrilled to be opening up, welcoming on our final conversation of the day, which will be a fireside chat. Please join me in welcoming up our next panelists. We have coming on up Emmanuel Uosu, the Executive Director of the African Bridge Network, Dr. Gerald Gabot, the founder and Executive Director of Immigrant Families Services Institute, and Kira Kazatsky, the Chief Executive Officer and President of Jewish Vocational Service. And they're going to be up here talking about tapping into new talent and supporting immigrant workers here in Massachusetts. So please join me in welcoming.
Thank you. Can you guys hear us? Oh, I just can't hear myself. So first and foremost, I just wanted to acknowledge what a fantastic day it has been. I have to say, you know, a lot of times you come to an event or a conference and you're not quite sure what you walked away with. I think it's very clear that this was, I think, one of the best really gatherings that I've been to this year. So for all of you that thought it through and put it all together, thank you for making it useful. Thank you for making it educational. And thank you for giving us a lot to think about and a lot to follow up on. So if we could just give those folks a round of applause, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. So when we got together to talk about what we're going to do for the fire chat, we weren't sure, like, what's the difference between a fire chat and a panel? And who wants to lead and who wants to start? So give us a little bit of grace. We're just going to kind of take it from here and lead through a conversation that the three of us, and I actually have no doubt that everyone in this room knows is really important. And that's really the intersection between two issues that everyone in this room, or most of us, are grappling with and thinking about. Specifically, the unprecedented workforce shortage and the unprecedented migrant crisis. And the fact that there is such an enormous opportunity here, but it's not going to create itself. The solution really has to come from us and has to come from this room. And so we actually want to engage with all of you. We're not sitting up here as experts. We're just sitting here representing the people in this room that are spending a lot of time wanting to make sure that we can solve one crisis with the other. And so where I thought we would start is just to tell you a little bit about who we are and why we're up here. We have a couple of questions to get ourselves going, and then I think we would love to have a conversation with all of you. Does that make sense? Great.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Such a pleasure to be with you all. My name is Dr. Gabo with the Immigrant Family Services Institute. We call it IFSI to make it short. And we are one of the leading agencies working with the new arrivals, especially with the Haitian new arrivals who have been coming from the border to the States. And part of our work is to really expedite their transitions. And one thing that we say all across is that we have this wonderful and unique opportunity to match people who are eager to work, dynamic, skilled, to a workforce shortage where so many areas need help, and those people are here, and we believe this is a unique opportunity for us to step up to the plate and to look differently as those people are coming, not as deficits, not as people who are causing trouble, but as assets, as contributors to our communities to make us better, to make us stronger, to bring their culture, to enrich our lives. And I think we have, in our best interest, we have the duty to do what it takes to match those people to the workforce and to make our community better. Thank you so much.
So JVS is a workforce development organization. We're one of the largest and oldest workforce development organizations. We serve about 10,000 job seekers a year. We run the downtown Mass Hire Career Center, and we serve a lot of the talent that is, I think the term that we're using lately is the untapped workforce or the untapped talent. I think some of us would say the too long ignored talent. But we essentially work with anyone who is at a particular disadvantage to get in and thrive in the job market.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Owusu. I serve as the Executive Director for African Bridge Network, known as ABN. The way I want to introduce the three of us is Dr. Gabo is the first person to meet the immigrant, and then they will go to JVS, and then when they settle, they will come to ABN. So that is why we're introducing ourselves this way. What we do, we work with immigrants and refugees with college degree to help them rebuild their career. So what does this mean? A new report from the Massachusetts Business Roundtable make it clear that there's 240,000 individuals living in Massachusetts who have the permit to live and work in Massachusetts, and they have college degree. Out of this number, 104 of them have only bachelor's degree as terminal. What is happening right now in the midst of acute skilled workforce is that these individuals are either unemployed or underemployed. If you like it, you could say brain waste. That is what is happening. And what we do at ABN is to work with them to bring them into the workforce.
That's great, thank you. So the first question that we wanted to each of us tackle is, how are you thinking about the workforce that you are working with right now? What are you seeing as potential opportunities? And I think this is a really important piece that Emmanuel and I talked a little bit about, which is, what are your clients, students, and participants aspiring to? Where do they want to go in their careers?
Wonderful. Thank you for this question. And just to give you a little background of the new immigrants who are coming to our doors. So they come from different kind of routes. So there are those who are coming directly from Haiti on a plane, and there are those who are coming from the border. And because of the socio-economical and political situation in Haiti, so many very high-skilled people have no other choice than to leave the country because it's a matter of life and death. And in my office one day, we were doing like a quick kind of, focus group. And in the room, I had 3 directors of banks. I had 2 nurses. I had 1 medical doctor, 1 surgeon, plus a number of people who have worked in the field of nonprofit NGOs in Haiti. Just to give you an idea about the skill set that we have among us. So often we think about new immigrants as people with no skills who are just here to come and get people's job, when in fact, when you are pushed out from your country to come to a different country, you bring everything that you are with you to this new country. So the only thing that they need and that they want is to be able to come here and to make a living, to contribute and to work. And for that to happen, we have to do our part. Because again, they were pushed away, they came here, and when you meet with them and you hear about their stories, the dangers that they had to face to make it here, to just think about their resiliency. People, when we listen to their stories, we think that we would have long time said, forget about it, I'm not going to do it. But they went through every single thing that you can think or imagine to come here. And once they are here, the only thing that they can think, when can I speak English, enough English, to find a job? How can I really take care of not only of myself, of my kids, but also with other people that I left behind? So that's all they are thinking. When can I go to school? Where can I go? So those are the questions that they are asking, and those are the things that they need to do. As you all know that we had a huge challenge around work authorization. Most of those people who are here, they enter the US legally. So we're not talking about illegal immigrants or people. They enter legally here to really come and make their lives. So as soon as they are here, when they meet with us at our organization, IFC, so the first thing that we do is to do an assessment, get a sense of what skill set that they bring and how can we expedite the transition, meaning that helping them to get access to that work authorization. As you know, this is a huge challenge for so many of them. They will apply for the work authorization and it will take 6 months to a year before that work authorization comes. Right now, we are working with the governors, we are working with all of the elected officials just to make sure that they can expedite the work permit. But as they are waiting for the work permit, we do what we call an active waiting. Active waiting means that we enlist them in classes as a way for them to be ready as soon as the work permit comes so they can find a job. So those are people who need nothing else than to find opportunities where they can learn English, where they can find a good job, and then they can go back to school or to colleges or universities. Because so often, they bring so many degrees with them. It's not even funny when we're talking about brain waste to know that we have a surgeon here who cannot even work as a nurse or an assistant, whatever, in the hospital. A surgeon who has been working for 10 years and then come here, cannot do anything. So those are the challenges that they are facing. But again, they need one thing for us, and that's the reason I'm so glad to hear all of the conversation. All of you, I'm going to be in touch with you ASAP to make sure that we can tap on those resources and make sure that we can really accompany them for them to be where they need to be. Because again, they are great people, wonderful people who want to do wonderful things here. Thank you.
I just want to underscore something that you said, that for those of you that are thinking about, a policy or thinking about where the opportunity is, what I'm hearing, and actually what we're seeing at JVS, that I think is really important to understand, is that we talked about this actually in a couple of different ways throughout the day, is how you sequence these services matters. What you don't want to do is wait until someone has their work permit to start to skill them up and start to give them the skills that they need. Because even in this economy, someone coming from another country, processing trauma, acclimating to a situation that is completely alien and bizarre to them while they're hurting, it's going to take them a while to settle into a situation where they can sit in an interview. We, the workforce development field, need the time with them before they're ready to walk into that interview. And every day that we're not working with them while they're waiting for their housing, while they're waiting for their work permits, is wasted time. Their kids are in school, if they have little kids, for at least part of the day. If there were resources in the system right now, I believe that there's the infrastructure to start to really move those folks much closer to that moment, so that the minute that they have their papers, they are ready to go into that interview. That's what they need right now. And when you talk about desperation, I just want you to know we're seeing it at JVS too. If through our refugee services, I'm just going to give you one example. On World Refugee Day, we had the honor of having the governor come and speak to our refugee clients. And a young man from Haiti got up, when she opened it up for questions, and he said, You know, my wife right now is, you know, they're living in a shelter. My wife is, you know, in a shelter with our 3-year-old, and she's about to give birth to our second child. And what I want to know is, when can I start working? That's what we're up against. This is our moment to actually align, yes, housing, yes, childcare, yes, transportation, but workforce development takes time and it takes resources, and we really have to invest now.
It's hard to sit between these two ladies, honestly. But one thing I left out of my introduction is I am one of those immigrants that came into this country with college degree, and I experienced the same thing 20 years back, and not much have changed. Aspiration. So let me step back a little bit and look at this from an outsider perspective. United States, you may agree with me or not, is still a beacon of hope to a lot of people outside this country. We still attract a lot of talent. There are so many people, if you ask them, where will you want to take your talent, they will pick United States over any other country. My story sitting here is not possible in many places. So we do well in attracting talent. What we don't do well is how we utilize the talent once they come to our shores. Many countries are beating us to this game. Aspiration, people move here because we all get one life. And they want to make something out of it. They have talent, they have education, they have knowledge. They are coming here because they want to do something for themselves, for their family, and also contribute to society. That's the aspiration. Yeah. For the population that I work with, what is it that they are looking for? Just the opportunity to utilize their foreign credentials, experience, and degrees to be able to access job that you utilize all what they have and not asking them to start from scratch or not recognize that they got something with them and putting them into an entry debt and job because you think that is all they can do. No, when you have a surgeon, now what can I say, CNA or something less, you have an engineer driving Uber, there's something wrong with that picture. So what we are doing at ABN is how do we leverage the foreign credentials and find a middle level skill position for them that also provide the pathway for them to grow their career. That is the way we kind of think about workforce development.
Can I ask the two of you, are there models that you're aware of that you're using yourself, a combination of a set of services that you have seen do what Emmanuel said, as a country we're not yet all that good at, which is once the talent gets here, moving that talent into the workforce and helping them thrive?
Yes. I can take examples of if you were to come and visit IFC, for example. This is something that we are very intentional about. So because every time that they come, through the intake and the assessment, we get a sense of their skill sets. And as soon as they come in, we ask them, so what are you doing now? So often they would say nothing. And we said, so are you just staying home? And they said, yeah, because we are waiting. And I said, no, you're not going to wait. Because we have IFC as a lab. So we consider IFC as an open lab for people to come and test their skills. So we bring them because we have offices all across the state. We are in Brockton, Everett, Worcester, Mattapan, and so on and so forth. So wherever they live, we send them to the office as a way to just sit there as a volunteer to welcome people first. Then to go to a computer to say, how can I help? So right there, we are building their skill set. We are also connecting them to so many other people. It's when, I mean, believe it or not, there was a funny story where one of my very young intake person was sitting at the computer doing an intake, and someone came to do an intake with her. And then guess who that person was? Her professor. in Haiti who happened to be here today and then came and said, who are you? I recognize you. And he said, yeah, you are my professor. You know, I was at, this university. And he said, what? And then the whole office was like upside down for you to see that young person now is able to welcome her professor from Haiti, right? Who, someone at very high level at the university who had, written books and so on and so forth, who is now coming to get services. And that student was so proud because she had this opportunity to welcome, the professor. Just to give you an example of what it means for you to think creatively outside of the box. So one thing that I said to everyone wherever I go, I said, we are facing a crisis, right? And this crisis is calling us to step outside of our comfort zone, to do things differently. Because you cannot be doing the same thing that you used to do, the same way, and you think that you're going to get the same results. When we have such a massive number of people who are here, they need help, they need work, they need all of the services that they need, and then you are doing just one intake per person. When you call this office, they say, oh, we can only see 5 people per day. When you have 2,000 waiting, so when are you going to see them? So we need to be thinking creatively outside of the box. Thinking about model, one thing that we are working right now is to, one by one, bring in employers who need people. Okay, they will come to our office and they will sit down and we'll ask them, how many employees do you need? In what field? And then we said, at least invest in those 10 people. We'll connect them to you. You don't have to spend money on HR, marketing, all of those things. Those people are already here. So invest in them, we'll get them ready, and we'll send them your way. That way we all benefit, from this. So this is the time for us to think outside of the box. So if we are doing the same old thing, the same way, there is no way for us to get any better results. So that's the time for all of us, employers, all of us, directors of organization, leaders, for us to think, is there anything else that I can do outside my normal 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? If we're doing the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you need to check, is it working? Is there anything else that I can do? And once we do that, trust me, you will see that your return on your investment will be 10 times full of what you used to have. And I think this is the time for us. I said that to the governor. I said to the governor, this is the time for us to shine as a state, to show that we have leaders who are thinking creatively, who are thinking outside of the box, and who are looking for solutions, not thinking about the problem, looking at solutions so that we can make a difference, not only in the lives of those people, but also with the entire United States, to make sure that we are different than others. So that's what we have to do.
Dr.
Thank
Gabo
you.
for president.
That is amazing. We told you we're saving the best for the last, and that's her. So talking about solutions here, how do we bring these two crises and make it a solution? So when it comes to the skilled immigrants, what you really want to do is to create pathways to bring them into the workforce. And all reports have shown that probably is the least investment you want to do, because anyone of college degree is about 23 years old or older, and they are in their prime age of life. So when you invest in them right now, tomorrow they can start working. All right? So all what they need is a little upskilling in whatever roles you want them to go in, and you can get them working tomorrow, whether it's clean energy, transportation, we got it all. All we have to do is to find a direct pathway and move them. We need to find a way to quickly recognize their credentials, or there has to be a clearinghouse that someone can quickly look at their credential and say, they are good to go. It's a 4-year college degree. It's a 4-year college degree. No questions about that. We need such a clearinghouse in the state. Right. Now, let me give you one practical solution we have at ABN. It's a fellowship program. And I see my friends and founders from the city of Boston here. So we partnered with the city 3 years ago to do a fellowship program to address 2 things. One of the challenges this population face is the lack of U.S. working experience. Mind you, educated overseas, work overseas, move into our country. Employers look at their resume, great, you got all the credentials, but you never work in U.S. how do I know you can do the work here? My question to employers is, if no one give them the chance to work in US, how on earth would they get the US working experience? It becomes a chicken and egg issue. At that point, it's not like the individual is not trying. He's trying, just that there are barriers that he cannot overcome himself. So what we did is do a 3-month fellowship program. We placed them with our employer partners. I see some of them in the room as well. Thank you for your leadership. And what we're doing is, when we recruit this candidate, we give them 2 months upskilling training into a specific role with our employer partners. They go to work with the employers for 3 months. The employers don't have to commit to hire them. What we're doing for employer partner is more like, touch them, see how they work. If you like it, keep it. Guess what?
Not literally.
That's not what I was thinking about. 95% of the time, the employers hire them at the end of their fellowship. 95% of the time. Even the 5% that don't get employed, last year, 2 of the candidates, the employers did not have opportunities for them. I work with them 6 weeks on their own. We find an employer who is not in the fellowship, who was willing now to hire them, because now they see all the experience this person have in the US, and now they are ready to hire them. 2 of them were hired by an employer who we have no contact with. This program I'm talking about is actually a leading model when it comes to how do you integrate skilled immigrants in the US. So talking about how we can lead, this is a good example how we can live as a state. Thank you.
So I'm just gonna, thank you, that was great. I'm just gonna summarize because, of course, you took all my talking points. We talked about this earlier. I just wanna kind of summarize what the message is. And again, we know that we're preaching to the choir. What our goal here is just to make sure that the conversation is in the forefront of all the work that you're doing. What I'm hearing is we're gonna have to think outside the box as a field, and we have to meet the moment. These folks cannot languish in temporary housing indefinitely while our businesses are desperate to fill positions. Massachusetts will collapse on itself when we have the solution directly in front of us. And the other thing that I am hearing is really truly for all of us in workforce development to start to do a better job at understanding the talent that we're working with and getting much more contextual about helping people move into roles where they can reclaim the dignity, the kind of the positionality, the roles that the folks that are coming over have had. I think Emmanuel shared with me, or I might have read something in your bio where, what really sparked this interest in starting your organization. And, you started talking to somebody who was a cashier, I don't remember where, and you picked up on the fact that they were also from Africa, and you started talking to them, and the young man was an engineer back in his country. And I think you were stunned to see that this engineer was working a cash register. That's just unacceptable, Massachusetts. We can't, at the same time that we're complaining about a work shortage, we cannot let this sort of brain drain, as you called it, continue. That just seems insane to me. And so, we want to open it up for the conversation, but the 3 of us really wanted to kind of, there's a call to action here, and we are going to have to get together across this workforce development field, practitioners, funders, the state, the city, the employers. We owe this to ourselves, and we owe it to the people that have chosen to make this their home. We need them and they need us, and we have to get better at this. Thank you.
That was great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for such an illuminating panel. I had heard something about legislation, possible legislation to make foreign degrees or degrees from other countries more applicable here or recognizable in America, and just wanted to hear more about that and what the potential is for that legislation and how we can support it.
Thank you for bringing that one up. So that legislation you're talking about is called Physician Pathway Act. So it's only targeting internationally trained physicians. So people who were practicing as doctors in their home countries now move into the US as legal resident, right? For them to become doctors again, they have to pass 3 board exams. And then they also have to go to residency again. The residency system is really engineered for recent college graduates, not for people who are already practicing. So they will pass the 3 board exams, but then getting into the residency is where the challenge is. It's really beyond them. And if they even get in, last year 2 of my clients got in and we're all jubilating. Guess what? One went to New York, one went to New Jersey. So see what is happening? We're losing them. Right? So this act is basically saying, let the doctors prove themselves that they still have the knowledge. They will pass all the board exams. But instead of asking them to go into residency, let's substitute that with a mentorship. And in exchange for that, they will be serving in the underserved areas of Massachusetts, where we need more primary care physicians the most. So it's a win-win for anyone. And if you are interested in that, we are working with MIRA to move this legislation forward, and I'm happy to plug you in. Thank you.
We have somebody in the back.
Hi, thanks so much for the discussion. My name is Nico Britt. I'm the Career Services Manager at the International Institute of New England. I agree with a lot of what's being said. I'm thinking about my staff and some of the frustrations that they've felt. And on that note, I wanted to ask what you would say to somebody who agrees with this sort of optimism and the idea of thinking outside the box, but also then feels constrained by the rules and regulations that they need to follow in order to get funding into the door, and talk a little bit about the dynamic there, because I think if I were to sort of synthesize some of the comments that I've heard from staff, they're all along the lines of, I want to help and be creative in these ways, but then I also feel this obligation to my organization, employer, that I also want to be true to that, and the funding that we're getting, whether it be federally or, from ORI or from USCRI or whatever.
Yeah, I can relate to what you said, and that's one of the reasons why so often, sometimes I refuse to take money from funders if those money are going to give me more trouble, creating more restriction for me than opening more doors, because I always said the way that we have to work now, like I said, we have to think differently in terms of the way we work. So just think about it. A number of organizations who work in the workforce development, they have the money, right? They have the money to welcome new immigrants into their programs. But because of the law, the regulations, it means that for you to come to the program, you have to already have your work authorization. So think about that. So if you don't have your work authorization, you cannot enlist in this program, because, again, the intent of the program is for you to get a job. Here you are waiting to get a job, you have the time in front of you, you are not doing anything, And then for you to wait sometimes a year to get your work permit before you get enlist in the program. And that's what I discussed with so many of those, higher up level. And I said, we need to talk to the federal government, because I call it an active waiting, where while they are waiting for their work authorization, that's the time for us to keep them busy, to keep them engaged, so by the time the work authorization comes, they can go find a job. And that's one of the reasons, even around work authorization, right? So when people apply for a work authorization, it means that they have the legal status for them to apply for that. They have to provide you of all of the documentation. So it's because the system is so slow that the work permit doesn't come on time. So if you can, acknowledge the receipt that I submitted all my paperwork, I'm only waiting for that card to come, why not use the receipt to start working, to tell employers, you know what, this person is eligible. It's only because we are overwhelmed, we are slow, that the card doesn't come. When I talk to people, a lot of people say, oh, no, this cannot happen. Guess what? They are now working on that to make sure that once they verify that this person is eligible and all of the paperwork is okay, for them to be able to use that receipt so that they can be employed. So that's what I'm saying. It's not just a, among ourselves conversation. It's a conversation that needs to happen from top to bottom, so that everyone understands that we need to be smart. Because when you have the money sitting there, so often we are sending money back, and then we could invest that money in those people. So it is not smart. We cannot be the #1 country in the world, and for us not to be smart about our investment. So we need to rethink about the way we invest. And that's the reason why when I talk to all my partners in our organization, I said, let's bring that topic together. Let's bring it to the higher level so that they can redefine their rules and their regulation to make sure that we can do the work that we are called to do, because we need to be smart in our investment.
So let me add something to this. So I experienced what you experienced. We are all working within limitations, including funding, right? Our approach, and when I talk to my team, we take the whole person approach. And the word empathy is in our value statement, right? And for me, it comes natural because I've been there. So just saying. But what I've also found to be helpful is partnerships. There's a lot ABN cannot do because our budget, if I mention it, you will laugh at me, is small, right? But there's a lot I can do through partnerships.
Yes.
So I want to actually challenge you that begin to keep a list of partnerships that you can leverage, even if your own funding will not allow you to do it, you can leverage. And probably that's all we all have to do in this room. Because you have something I need, and I have something you need. And if we can find a way to keep talking, you'll be amazed what we can do around the restrictions we have to. Unfortunately, we need the funding, and every funding comes with terms and conditions. There's not much you can do about that. But once you start building partnership, you'll be amazed how much you can get done. So thank you for that question.
And I'm just going to add two things. One is it is not the daily job of the folks that you're referring to that are actually working directly with clients to move that mountain. That's why we're all in this conversation. Yes. That's the work of this room. And so when they're coming up, they're sending that message up the chain of command of your organization, it is upon us that are sitting in this room trying to solve problems to make sure that our leaders understand what those folks are up against. The other thing that I will say is the people that are working, the people that work in workforce development in general, but particularly the people that are working with them within this migrant crisis, the current crisis, are exhausted. And they're not just exhausted because they are working incredibly long hours. They're exhausted emotionally because they have to be witness to the pain and the trauma that folks are bringing over as migrants, and also what they're experiencing here as migrants. And so I think that the empathy is something, if you're not empathetic, you're probably not going into this work. So I'm willing to bet that most people in this work have that skill and have that kind of instinct. But I think, again, I would say it's upon us that are leading this work to make sure that we're empathetic to the people that are trying to do this work every single day. And empathy is not necessarily solving the concrete problem in front of you, but while your leaders should be spending a lot of time, and I know they are, spending a lot of time trying to address kind of the political question and the policy question, those of us that are working closely with the folks on the ground need to have an enormous amount of appreciation and empathy for what they're doing. The hardest job in the world is to be witness to someone else's pain. Any other questions, or does anybody want to share something that they're doing that would be great for us to know about? So we have one in the back and one in the middle.
Hi, my name's Anna Scher. I work with the City of Boston in the Office of Workforce Development. Know you all very well. And what I'm hearing from a lot of programs is some of them are workforce programs are struggling to recruit participants, while at the same time we have, you know, this plethora of fabulous candidates out there looking for jobs and looking for work. But I think sometimes where there's a gap is that programs don't quite know how to adjust the services they're providing to the specific needs of the immigrant populations. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to elements that you have seen that are particularly helpful for this population. I know you mentioned like on-the-job experience, certainly a big one, but if there are other pieces that you can suggest that are particularly helpful, I think that would be excellent guidance.
I'm just going to say two things. I think this is a really important question that you're asking, and I want to say two things about that. One is the problem with recruiting people, I just want to make sure that we're all clear on what the problem is. Because the problem is not that people don't want to work or that they don't want to go into programming. The problem is the acuity of what people are dealing with post-COVID or coming in, through the migrant or refugee or immigrant experience requires what Dr. Gabot, her call to action for us to think differently, which is, we have to think about things differently. So that's on us. I think, and I've heard this throughout the day, the folks that are coming to the door need a set of supports that perhaps workforce development hasn't thought of as their job. Yes, we've done it through partnership, and we should absolutely continue to do that. But I think that, I'll be honest, like our organization has come to that realization probably slower than we should have, because we picked a lane, and we said the lane is, we're workforce development. We're going to help people prepare to be competitive in the current job market. But everything else, they have to take care of themselves. That's not realistic. And every study and every data point is telling us that this is true. There is absolutely no problem recruiting migrants. We have a 300-person wait list right now that I cannot address because we do not have the resources. Because everything that you're reading about in terms of the housing crisis is eventually making it into the workforce development crisis. So that population in particular, I'm just telling you that with the right set of resources and the right partnerships, as Emmanuel said and Dr. Gabot said, I do not see that being a problem. But you know what? It is on us as a workforce development field, and I think Dr. Gabot said this actually beautifully a few minutes ago. We have to keep evaluating how effective we're being, ongoing, all the time. What worked last year may not work this year, and we have to. Listen, I say this all the time, and it almost sounds hyperbolic, but I really, really believe, I've been in this for 17 years. I too am an immigrant. I watch my immigrant family struggle. This is a moment where we as a country, but certainly Massachusetts, wealthy, incredible, well-educated, great place to live, Massachusetts, has got to step up to the plate and be the model for the country.
Can I add something? So it's interesting. So when we open up our fellowship program for recruitment, we receive way many more people than we have slot for. But I can still come to you and say we're struggling with recruitment. Guess what? We are working with terms and conditions, right? And our employer partners want a particular type of people, right? So when we say we are struggling, even if we open up, being honest with you, it does not mean the population is not there. It is there. It's just that for you to build any program, you always have to have peripherals and boundaries that you're building things in. Sometimes the boundaries we build things around is too restrictive. And I want to challenge all of us to sometimes look at the individuals we're trying to serve and meet them where they are. And if we are willing to do that, you'll be surprised how many people we can get into the door. So it's not a matter of the people are not there. The population is there.
Yeah.
It's just that the funnel we're using to bring them in is too narrow most of the time.
And one thing, as you just said, Emmanuel, one thing that we said is meet them where they are. So in general, right, just picture, the way that we do our work, right? We are a workforce development specialist. We open up our office, we put flyers out there. We expect people to come to our doors so that they can sign up for your program, right? That's the model that we use. But think about who is coming right now. And when I've said to rethink the way that we do business, and I mean that literally, you have someone who has traveled 13 different countries, has faced all types of danger, with so much trauma, finally made it here, thinking that now that I'm here, life is going to be better. To find himself or herself in a hotel or shelter, cannot even cook, cannot go out, does not know the community, does not know the language, does not have any idea where to start. And then here you are, in your beautiful office, with all of your employees, and then you're waiting for them to come to you. No. If you are thinking differently, you want to reach out to them, you meet them where they are. And that's one of the reasons, for example, at IFC, one thing that we do, we invite employers to come and meet people at our office because they are familiar with our office, we speak their language, we know they are comfortable coming, so because they are coming, so we bring them here. When employers call us and say, oh, we want X, Y, Z, and I'm like, you're coming to meet with them here. So you start the conversation with them, you start building the relationship, you start building trust, then they can go to you. But the more we stay, oh yeah, we can take 20 employees, but we only have 10, when we have 50. So that's what I'm saying, we need to be smart about our approach. We need to be intentional about what we want to do. If you want to just check a box, yeah, we want to do X, Y, Z, that's fine. But if you really want to make a difference, we want to do something meaningful, guess what? You said, what if I were to go to a hotel where they are and meet with them? What if I were to go to the organization that they are familiar with? What if I were to move away from my comfort zone? Because this is the problem that we have. We are so comfortable in what we have been doing for years that for us, it takes a lot to move out our comfort and then go meet them. And I'm telling you guys, if you can at least for one day say, you know what, I'm going to close my office and I'm going there, you will find wonderful people, beautiful souls, people who are willing to give you the extra mile that you are looking for. And once you have them, guess what? You have the best people that you can think. But again and again and again, we need to move away from our comfort zone. And for those of you who have, money somewhere, want to do something, are waiting for people to apply, guess what? Go to the organization that are doing the work. Invite them and say, you know what? We have this pot of money. People are not applying. How can we help you to apply? So those are the things I'm saying when I say think outside of the box. Nothing magical, just the willingness to say, you know what, I'm willing to take a risk. And then when you take that, you'll be so happy with yourself when you go home, guess what? You're going to sleep well because you know that you have done something that no one else has done.
So let me add something really quick. So what is happening is career development as we know it. Networking, resume, interview, look at the person in the eye. Let me help you. It's all based in the US culture. So when you have individuals who are new to the culture, all of that professional expectation is new to them.
Yep.
And yet we subject them to go through all the hoops before we offer to bring them into our workplace. So that is the interface. We really have to think hard about how do we break some of these barriers. And I work with employers, some of them will say, when you have candidate, go to my website, find a job they can apply. I'm a professional in this. I can't find the jobs on their website. It's so complicated. And sometimes I ask them to find me a job, and they themselves are struggling to find a job through their own job posts. So you see all kinds of barriers we put in front of this population. If we are willing to think a little bit outside the box, participant numbers will not be a problem.
All right, I'm gonna wrap us up, and I'm just gonna say one thing. You know, 50 years ago, Massachusetts was declining. I think those of you that are historians or you know your data, Massachusetts was declining. There was only one factor that allowed Massachusetts to thrive and be who we are today. And I think you guys know what I'm gonna say is the reason that Massachusetts is thriving today. And this isn't my opinion, this is a fact, is that Massachusetts is thriving today because of the influx of immigrants. Don't let us miss this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, they go get captured for history. Let's just thank them again. That was a tremendous conversation, so incredibly important. Thank you to all three of our panelists there on that last closing panel. I think everyone would agree. It has been an incredible day. It's been filled with inspiring discussions and presentations, focused on solutions and not just problems, figuring out how we can work together to better our workforce system. Our hope is that you leave this summit with new ideas, a fresh drive to implement some of the solutions that you've heard from our speakers and from your initial individual conversations with like-minded attendees today. We will, of course, send out a survey to all the registered attendees. We do have old-fashioned, we'll take feedback the old-fashioned way on note cards on your way out. We really do try to take the feedback seriously and try to come back every year new and improved and strengthened with an even better summit. We also try to be sustainable, so if you could turn in your name badges, we'll be able to use them in the coming events and coming years. We do want to just end with a huge thank you to all of you for attending, especially those of you who have stayed this entire time, to all of our sponsors who helped make this possible. I do think that all of our speakers and our award recipients deserve another round of applause and more recognition. I wouldn't be doing my job without, again, thanking Lauren Naboli for every single logistic that came off just so perfectly and flawlessly today. And lastly, the single most important announcement of the day, we got donuts. We got donuts, we got spring rolls, we got churros, we got apple cider, we got fall snacks. So fill up on sugar and fall snacks. Safe home, and be nice to each other in the parking lot. Thank you.